poultry management. Under that section, you will have identification of different breeds of poultry, broiler management, slaughtering and processing of broilers, so on. And then the swine management aspects, and the dairy management, including cattle, buffalo, goat, and sheep, how they are managed and what they need to have a proper production levels. Finally, the pregnant and lactating cow management, dry cow management, so on. So today I will try to finish the first two sections, which is introduction to the animal husbandry and present status in our country, and poultry management. Under that, the identification of different breeds and the broiler management, and also I think finally the formation and fat egg. So next week I will try to finish the other sections, swine and dairy. The swine section is a little bit kind of a short section, but the poultry and dairy are the longest sections, so I may need some time to finish that one. But I'm not sure. ඕගොල්ලන්ට තව පොඩි දෙයක් ඕගොල්ලෝ lecture notes හම්බෙනවද ඕගොල්ලන්ට LMS එක හරහා හරි මොකක් හරි ක්‍රමවේදයකින් එහෙම?
ඔව් සර් ඒක ඕපන් කරලා නැහැ නේද මේ සබ්ජෙක්ට් එක තමයි?
ඔව් ඒක තමයි. මොකද මම මේ අපිට ඊයේ මෙහි අපි ස්ට්‍රයික් එකක්. ඒ කියන්නේ යුනිවර්සිටි ලෙක්චරර්ස් කෙනෙක්. එතකොට මට ඊයේ එක ක්ලියර් කරගන්න බැරුණා. මම ඒක කතා කරලා අප්ලෝඩ් කරලා දෙන්නම්. ඒතකොට lecture notes ඒතකොට ඔක්කොම ඒගොල්ලෝ දානවද lecture notes? ඒ කියන්නේ
ඔය දවසේ සම්පූර්ණ ටික දානවා.
ඒ ටික දාලා තියෙනවා නේ. හරි. මම ඒක දාලා දෙන්නම්. ඒකට මේ සෝරි මොකද අපි ඊයේ මොකුත් එහෙම කරන්න හම්බුනේ නැහැ මේ අපි ස්ට්‍රයික් එකක් තිබ්බ නිසා. මම ඒක අප්ලෝඩ් කරන්න නෙක්ස්ට් වීක් එකවත් එක්කම එකපාර අප්ලෝඩ් කරලා දාන්නම්. කතා කරලා.
ඕකේ සර්.
ඕගොල්ලෝ මේ ගොඩාක් නෝට්ස් තියෙනවා. කියන්නේ ඔක්කොම මේ හැමදේම තියෙනවා මම තියෙනවා. නමුත් හැමදේම අවශ්‍ය වෙන එකක් නැහැ. නමුත් important ටික මම කියන්නම්. So those are the things that I am going to cover today. So basically the introduction section and the poultry section. So let's see. Okay, so මට පොඩ්ඩක් ඕගොල්ලෝ දැනුවත් කරන්න හදිස්සිය හරි මොනවාරි සිග්නල් බ්‍රේක්ඩවුන් එකක් හරි මොකක් හරි වෙලා මම කියන ගහෙන්නේ නැත්නම් හරි ස්ක්‍රීන් එක ෂෙයා වෙනකොට පේන්නේ නැත්නම් හරි චුට්ටක් මට කියන්න.
Okay.
Okay. So I will start with the first section and hopefully I can finish this by maybe around 9:30 or maybe even earlier than. Then you can have a break for your breakfast, maybe 15 minutes as you said for the previous one, and then we will continue with the other section. So first thing is, who are farm animals or livestock and poultry? So basically it's belong both livestock and poultry, because livestock means the animals including dairy cattle, swine, goat and sheep, and the poultry means the avians, or basically the broilers and all the other animals. So cattle, horses, poultry, goat, similar animals, they are basically kept for the domestic use, but not as pets in a farm or a ranch. Okay, so that's why we call them as farm animals. Farm animals are basically kept for domestic use, but not as pets like dogs and cats or any other animals. Or we can define them as domesticated animals. They are basically raised in an agricultural settings to produce different commodities, such as whatever the things we need, the foods, fiber, and labor. Okay, so that's how we define those farm animals. So they have a specific definition as they are domesticated and they are used to produce the commodities which are basically basic needs of humans. So, as we know, it's kind of different in our country, but in other countries, livestock are basically reared for generation of profit. This basic component in the modern agriculture.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
If you don't mind, can you speak a little bit louder?
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you hear me clearly to everybody?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, sorry about that. So even though it is kind of a component in modern agriculture, it has been practicing in many years. It's like in ancient times. So they have been using animals for our purposes. Maybe food, maybe generation of labor. Those kind of things we have been using these animals since ancient time. So in Sri Lanka, the farm animal production, livestock and poultry rearing is basically a rural livelihood activity. We usually utilize the labor and underutilize agricultural byproducts and marginal lands in turn to improve the nutritional status of rural population. This is the basic definition given by the Department of Animal Production and Health. So when it comes to our country, so we have about 70% of the household earn their secondary income through livestock, or maybe nearly about 20% of the families solely depend on the livestock for their livelihood. ලංකාව ගත්තොත් සාමාන්‍ය 70ක් විතර ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ secondary income එක විදිහට use කරන්නේ livestock නැත්නම් farm animal production. So when it comes to the total land area, you all well aware about it is almost about 65,000 square kilometers. Out of that, about 2 million hectares of land, or almost equal to 40%, is agricultural land. And of those lands, about 30% of Sri Lankans are employed in any kind of agricultural sector. So when it comes to the agricultural sector in Sri Lanka, the almost 2/3 of that land, the available land, is used for smallholding farm, which means about 90% of the people basically use for smallholding farming out of those total who are engaged in agricultural sector in Sri Lanka.
Excuse me, sir. If you don't mind,
Yes.
can you erase those red color lines?
Okay. Sorry about that.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So when it comes to the total contribution of agriculture to the, I think somebody is drawing. I think. කවුරු හරි access තියනවද මේකට? Let's see. Okay. So the contribution of agriculture or the agricultural sector to the total GDP in Sri Lanka is unfortunately going down. In 2011, 2012, it was about 11 to 12%. Now it is about 7%. So with that, the contribution of livestock sector to the total GDP of Sri Lanka is about almost 1%. When it comes to the fisheries sector, it is about 1.3%. So you can get some idea, which means it is very low contribution to the total agricultural production in Sri Lanka when it's come to the livestock sector. So when it comes to the animal husbandry, so you can see there are 4 major areas in Sri Lanka. The dairy production, which means including cattle, dairy cattle, and the goat, swine, and poultry sector. So this is the kind of summarization at present situation in Sri Lanka. So this is given by the Department of Census and Statistics and together with Central Bank. So as you can see here, different categories: the cattle production, buffaloes production, sheep and goats, pigs, and poultry production. So from here onwards, I will summarize each sector briefly, and then you can get an idea how our livestock and poultry sector is behaving at present moment. So this is a map showing you how the total cattle population is distributed in all over the country. So as you can see, the Kurunegala, Anuradhapura, the northern part, basically Vaunia, Puttalam, and eastern part of the country are highly concentrated with cattle population, and they are the one mainly contributing to the total production. Of course, there are some other areas, they are having some cattle numbers, but the highest distribution is given by the Radhapura, Kurunegala, Puttalam, basically the eastern part of the country. When it's come to the buffaloes, so pretty similar to the cattle, dairy cattle and the beef. We don't have a beef cattle industry here, but when it comes to the dairy cattle, so the buffaloes as well, Anuradhapura, Kurunegala, the Puttalam, and the southern part, basically the Hambantota and Monragala area, those are the areas highly populated with buffaloes in Sri Lanka. So this is the distribution of goat and sheep population in Sri Lanka. It's also pretty similar to the previous two, buffaloes and the dairy cattle distribution, highly populated with Radhapura, Kurunegala, and Puttalam, and the eastern part of the country. The swine population is basically concentrated to the western part of the country compared to the eastern part of the country. So highly or the dense populated with the Puttalam, Kurunegala, Kampa, and Colombo districts. So this is the poultry, basically the chicken, the layers and broilers. It is also highly concentrated in the western and northwestern part of the country compared to the southern and the northern part of the country. This is the overall kind of livestock population distribution in Sri Lanka. As you can see, the Kurunegala district, the Anuradhapura, and the Puttalam, eastern, specifically the Ampara, are the main contributors together with Gampa and Colombo for the overall livestock population throughout the Sri Lanka, as you can see in the given map. So now I will briefly go through each sector or each section. So the dairy industry, that is the most important of all livestock subsectors, as I explained earlier. For an example, the dairy sector, the swine, poultry. So out of those sectors, the most important sector in Sri Lanka is dairy sector, because it can make a huge influence to the rural economy. So as you can see in the given sentence, so Sri Lanka import about 88,000 or the metric ton of dairy commodities in 2021. It's a huge amount, which means we had to spend a lot of foreign currency to import those dairy-related products. Specifically, FCMC means the full cream milk powder. So Sri Lanka is one of the countries in the world basically depend on milk powder. So we spend lots of money to import the full cream milk powder from other countries, basically the New Zealand, Australia, the other European countries. So if we can replace this large volume of imported communities or the commodities, so we can generate very good rural employment and enhance their rural standards. So as you can see, not like all the other, for an example, the swine or the poultry. So this is kind of acceptable industry to all the ethnic and religious sectors in Sri Lanka. ඒක මම එහෙම කිව්වේ සාමාන්‍ය සමහර ආගම් අනුව සමහර සත්තු හැදීම සහ ඒගොල්ලෝ අනුභව කිරීම ගොඩක් වෙලාවට නැවතිලා තියෙන පසුබිමක dairy products, specifically dairy, milk or milk associated products are acceptable by almost all the ethnic groups as well as the religious sectors. So this is the summary of dairy industry in Sri Lanka from 2012 to 2021. So as you can see, the total cattle population as well as buffalo population. So we have seen some increase in cattle population. Now we have almost over 16 million of cattle population in Sri Lanka. I think I have given. කවුරු හරි ඉන්නවා නම් මේකේ අඳින්න නැතුව ඉන්නවද? මට ඒ කියන්නේ මේක මට නවත්තන්න පුළුවන්. නමුත් එහෙම වුණොත් ඕගොල්ලන් ගොඩාක් රිස්ට්‍රික්ට් වෙයි හැමදේම.
සර්ට බැයිද ඔක බ්ලොක් කරන්න?
මම අර ඇක්සස් එක මුලින්ම මේක සෙටප් කරද්දී හැමෝටම දීලා තිබ්බා මේ ඇක්සස් එක මම එහෙම කරා.
සර් ඒක ඇක්සස් දෙන්නේ සාමාන්‍යයෙන් මේ මයික් එකටයි අර මයික් එක විතරයි දුන්නේ අර මේකට දුන්නේ නැහැ කලින් අපි chat එකට දුන්නේ නැහැ ඒක දුන්නේ අන්තිමේට විතරයි chat එක ඕපන් කරේ මිස්
මම මේක මුලින් මේක සෙටප් කරද්දී මම දුන්නා මොකද මම අර මම ඉස්සර මම දේවා කරනවාදී ඔහොමචර කාර්ය කරන්නේ නැහැ කවුරුත් ඒක නිසා මොකද කාර්ය ප්‍රශ්නයක් ඇතුළට ටක් ගාලා ඒගොල්ලන්ට ටක් ගාලා පෙන්නලා අහන්න පුළුවන් මේකට මම විශ්ව එකක් දෙනවා නම් එහෙම විස්තර කරන්න කියලා අර කටින් කියන සමාජ තේරෙන්නේ නැති හින්දා
ඕකේ සර්
මම ඒක ඊළඟ සැරේ නවත්තන්න. මොකද මම දැන් සෙටින්ග්ස් වෙනස් කරන්න ගියොත් එහෙම මොකක්ද මහවුලක්.
Excuse me sir. මේ lecture materials ටික LMS එකට අප්ලෝඩ් කරනවද?
ඔව් මම අප්ලෝඩ් කරනවා. මේ
ඕකේ. හරි.
ඔව් මට ඒක අප්ලෝඩ් කරන්න බැරි නයි මොකද අපේ මේ යුනිවර්සිටි ඉන්ස්ට්‍රක්ට් ලෙක්චරර්ස් ලගේ ස්ට්‍රයික් එකක් තිබ්බා ඒකට අපි ඒක කරේ.
හරි ඕකේ.
මම ඒක අප්ලෝඩ් කරනවා.
හරි thank you.
Okay. So as I mentioned, so we almost importing about 80,000 metric tons or almost over 80,000 metric tons of milk products, so which means we produce only about 30% of the requirement of the country. ලංකාවට අවශ්‍ය කරන ප්‍රමාණය 30ක් විතර වගේ තමයි අපි import කරන්නේ. So for that we spend billions of dollars every year. So if we can replace or if we can enhance at least this 30% by 5 or maybe 10%, we can save a huge amount of money. In Sri Lankan conditions, we predominantly based on smallholders, basically keeping 2 to 3 or 2 to 5 cows or dairy cows. And when it comes to the dry zone, as I mentioned you earlier, the Kurunegala, the northwestern part as well as the eastern part, so they are the one contributing to the dairy production in Sri Lanka in large quantities, even though their milk yield are very low because their number, the population is really high compared to the areas. So in 2021, the annual milk production in Sri Lanka was about 412 million liters in all the districts, contributing Kurunegala, Badulla, Anuradhapura, Nuwara as the prominent district. But when it comes to the Nuwara, so Nuwara district has the highest, however, the yield. එහෙම කියන්නේ මොකද per animal yield එකෙන් ගත්තාම නුවරඑළිය තමයි ගොඩක් වැඩි මොකද ඒක තමයි ගොඩක් exhaustive breeding. ඒ කියන්නේ මම ඒක ගැන කතා කරනවා dairy production එක ගැන අපි කතා කරද්දී so compared to the other district, even though the Kurunegala, Badulla, Anuradhapura, they have the highest number of animals. ඒ කියන්නේ ගොඩාක් සත්තු population එක විදිහට ගත්තාම map එකේ පෙන්වුවාම Kurunegala, Badulla, අනුරාධපුර එහෙම නැත්නම් පුත්තලම තමයි වැඩිපුරම නම්බර් එකේ ඉන්නේ. නමුත් the production level එකෙන් ගත්තාම highest production එක දෙන්නේ නුවර එළිය district එකෙන්. ඊට අමතරව අනුරාධපුර බදලු කුරුණෑගල contribute කරනවා. ඒකේ main impact එක ඇවිල්ලා තියෙන්නේ නම්බර් එක නිසා. ඒ කියන්නේ ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ population එක වැඩි නිසා කොහොම ලීටර් දෙක තුනක් දුන්නත් ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ වැඩිපුර කිරි හම්බෙන්නේ. Okay. However, out of those 412 million, or maybe almost about 400 million liters, only about 100 million liters of milk will enter into the market. Market means the proper channel.
Excuse me, sir.
Oh,
සර් මේ Zoom එකේ meeting එක සීද limit එක දාලා තියෙන්නේ?
නෑ. මගේ limit එක unlimited එකක් තියෙන්නේ. ඒ මොකක්ද ප්‍රශ්නයක් තියෙනවද?
නෑ සමහර අයට join වෙන්න බෑ කියලා කියනවා මේ
That's a small issue. When I'm also logging, sir, there's a restriction saying that only it is limited for 100 digits.
Okay.
So that's why in the beginning of the lecture also we couldn't join, sir. That's right.
Okay. Okay. පොඩ්ඩක් ඉන්න. මම එහෙනම් මේක ආයෙ වෙනස් කරන්න. මට විනාඩියක් දෙන්න. Okay, so we were talking about the dairy sector in Sri Lanka. So as I mentioned earlier, the total production is about 400 million liters, the collective production in Sri Lanka. And as I mentioned earlier, the Nuwara district is the leading the milk production district in Sri Lanka, together with Kurunegala, Badulla, and Anuradhapura. Even though the number is less in Nuwara, the production efficiency is high. The production per animal is very high. Therefore, they are leading the country as the highest producer. Then, when it's come to the formal market channel of dairy, so it's only about 25% of total production will enter into the proper channel. The rest is used by informal routes. For an example, they will consume them domestically at household level. So when it comes to the milk and milk products, so the per capita availability, that is not the consumption. It can be consume the availability, which is the total production is divided by the total number of people in Sri Lanka. It is about 48 liters per person. A person can අවුරුද්දකට සාමාන්‍යයෙන් එතකොට total production එක බෙදලා බැලුවාම total කියන්නේ ජනගහනයේ population එකේ එක පුද්ගලයෙකුට සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අවුරුද්දකට available වෙන්නේ ලීටර් 48ක් විතර වගේ තමයි. So in addition, if you can remember those maps, so the main milk production areas have been shifted from the mid and upcountry areas to the northwestern as well as north central provinces. ඔයගොල්ලෝ දකින්න ඇති ඔය දැකපු මේ maps වල ගොඩක් වෙලාවට කුරුණෑගල, අනුරාධපුර, පුත්තලම් and other side එක ගත්තොත් එහෙම වවුනියා ඊට පස්සේ අම්පාර ඒ වගේ areas වල shift වෙලා තියෙනවා. It has been shifted to the other areas from the mid and upcountry. Mid means the Nuwara, upcountry means Nuwara, and the mid country means Kandy, Badulla, those areas. The main reason the main thing is the population as well as the land availability. Can a return in a Pramania, go to Handa, then the Vaga Karaganda, Tango, Haganda, one kind of area, the Okomateka Belhamaika shift basically towards the northwestern part, Uttalam, Kurunagala, and the northern or the north central, Vaunia, and Anuradhapura and Ampara at the eastern side of the country. So this is the kind of summary of the poultry sector in Sri Lanka. So as you can see, the total population is about 35 million birds in Sri Lanka. So I will brief in next few slides. So at the earlier time, which means about 5-6 decades ago, it was a backyard type of industry. Backyard type එකක් කියලා අපි කියන්නේ අපේ ගෙවල් වලම ඊට පස්සේ වතු ඉඩකට තියෙන areas වල ඒගොල්ලෝ අපි normal විදිහට හදනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ අපි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් මල්ලු බලල්ලු ඒ වගේ හදන විදිහට they just let them to eat whatever they find in the garden, and we just obtain eggs or meat whenever we need. But in fast 3-4 decades, maybe since it started in 2000, after 2000, it became a very popular, highly profitable commercial industry in Sri Lanka. So basically, when we come to the livestock subsector or the total contribution for the GDP, the main GDP is coming from poultry sector, which is about 70% of that 1% of total GDP in Sri Lanka. Again, මේක තමයි දැන්ට ලංකාවේ තියෙන most profitable saha highly kind of well organized sector in terms of livestock or poultry management in Sri Lanka. And ලංකාවේ තියෙන දැන්ට well organized sector, highly profitable industry එක තමයි poultry sector විදිහට consider කරන්නේ. So I would say like until 2017, 2018, we were capable of producing all local requirements of chicken, meats and eggs, which means we were self-sufficient. We were self-sufficient. We can අපිට පිටරටින් order කරන්න නැත්නම් ගෙන්නන්න අවශ්‍යතාවයක් තිබුණේ නැහැ. ඒකට ප්‍රධාන හේතුව තමයි අපේ අර මම ඉස්සෙල්ලා කිව්වා වගේ we had a well-developed, well-organized marketing channel as well as well-developed, highly sophisticated factories all over the countries or the poultry farms, either broiler, either layers. However, I think you are well aware of the situation in the country because of the high feed prices and the cost of living is going high, the inflation is high, the high prices for the feeds, specifically soy and corn, we call maize or the corn, the poultry sector is affecting significantly. And the poultry sector ගොඩාක් highly damage වෙලා තියෙනවා මේ වෙනකොට. මේ තියෙන issues ඉන්න ප්‍රධාන වශයෙන් inflation එකත් එක්ක සහ import කරලා තියෙන barriers, ඊට පස්සේ fertilizer subsidy එකේ issue එකත් එක්ක ඔක්කොමත් එක්ක corn and squat කියලා අපි කියන්නේ maize, ඒක soybean, ඒවා production එක ලංකාවේ අඩු වෙච්ච ගාම මේගොල්ලන්ගේ feed prices වැඩි වෙලා තියෙනවා. ඒකම the middle level farmers as well as the small scale farmers are going away from the industry. So they are giving up the industry. Because of that, the prices are going up, as well as we have to import from other countries, specifically as you well aware. So the government allowed to import eggs from other countries in order to control the prices as well as meet the demand. Okay? So this is the most consumed animal protein sources in average Sri Lankan diet. We දුප්පත් මිනිස්සු ඉඳලා පොසත් මිනිස්සු දක්වා ගත්තත් මේක අනිවාර්යෙන් consume කරනවා. Because when it comes to the chicken meat or the broiler meat, it's very expensive. Today's 1 kilogram is almost over 1,300 rupees. So when it comes to the eggs, it was very cheap some time back. So everybody was trying to eat eggs. However, now it is also becoming difficult a little bit because of the price of eggs is also going down. So the chicken meat production, that's the broiler meat production in 2021 was about 236 metric tons in the country, and we produced almost about 3,000 millions of chicken eggs. So like per capita availability for dairy milk, the chicken meat availability, එකෙන් කියන්නේ මේගොල්ලෝ කනවා කියලා, it's almost about 11 kilograms per person, and eggs about 132 eggs per person. That is the availability, which not indicates that the people, everyone, our country is eating this amount per year. So when it comes to the branded chicken, it is basically marketed through about 15 large and medium scale broiler processors. Again, අපේ ලංකාවේ දැන්ට large scale එකකින් කරගෙන යන industries තියෙනවා දැන්ට 15ක් විතර. ඒතකොට basically අමතරව ඒවට ඕන කරන feed supplies. Basically the quality poultry feeds are produced by local feed manufacturers as well as and the multinational companies like Prem. So I have given some examples for those farms. This is not a marketing thing, but just kind of get some information. I think you are well aware about these farms, the Bahira farms, Cargills, Ceylon elevators, CCC, Ceylon cold stores. So those are the basically the Keels, Mahavir Livestock. Those are the leading producers of poultry in Sri Lanka. Nelna Farms, Pusella, Vihena, St. Anthony's Farm. So I think those are very popular, as well as the farms with higher capacity to produce broilers in Sri Lanka, as well as their eggs. So these are the leading feed manufacturers in Sri Lanka: Ceylon Grain Elevators, CIC Feeds, Gold Coin, New Bernards, Super Feeds. So there are other companies actually, the medium level and small scale, but these are the companies, the one with the leading or the highly contributing to the feed or the feed producing sector for the poultry farms in Sri Lanka. So these are the different breeder farms available in Sri Lanka. who produce broilers. B means broilers, L means layers. You can see. So different farms, there are several farms. So they produce a huge quantities of eggs, which means they all chicks for the broilers and layers, and they distribute throughout the country. Lanka දැනට ගොඩාක් farms තියෙනවා. නමුත් සමහර farms මේ වෙද්දි වැහිගෙන යන තත්ත්වයකට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා. දැනට ලංකාවේ තියෙන මේ economic situation එකත් එක්ක. නමුත් හොඳට කරගෙන යන farms දැනට broilers ලා layers ලා පැටව් ලංකාවේම හදනවා. දැනට ලංකාවට import කරන්නේ නැහැ ගොඩක් ඔය මේ farms වල use කරන ඒවා. import කරනවා නම් import කරන්නේ බහුල වශයෙන්ම mother breeds. ඒ කියන්නේ අපිට පැටවුන්ගේ හොඳ breed එකක් අලුතෙන් මෙහි හදා ගන්න ඕන. රටවල වලින් import කරන එක කරන්නේ parent stock එකක් හදා ගන්න ඕන. So when it's come to the swine industry, so this is the summary of the swine industry. So you can go through those kind of all the documents once I share with these lectures to you through the LMS. So as you can see, it is basically concentrated in the western as well as the northwestern coastal base of Sri Lanka. Usually we have a call like on a triangle we call pig belt. That is basically the Colombo, Gampaha, Kalthara and Puttalam. අපි අර poultry කෝණ කියනවා වගේ basically pigs ලගේ belt එකක් විදිහට අපි හඳුන්වනවා district හතරක් කොළඹ, ගම්පහ, Kalthara and Puttalam, because those areas are the areas where we can see highly dense population compared to the other parts of the country. ගොඩක් වෙලාවට මේගොල්ලෝ western part එකේ තමයි ලංකාවේ වැඩිපුරම හැදීමක් කරන්නේ. Basically, we follow the extensive, semi-intensive and intensive management systems. I will be discussing those things in the next week. And into 2021, we have slaughtered almost about 32,000 of those swine or the animals to obtain meat. And total production is almost about 10,000 pounds in 2021. However, the availability, when you get the amount that a person can have or can eat per year on average is about 440 grams. සාමාන්‍ය එක පුද්ගලයා ලංකාවේ total production එක බෙදලා බලුවම කන ප්‍රමාණය හිතලා බැලුවොත් සාමාන්‍ය ග්‍රෑම් 450 450 ප්‍රමාණය තමයි එක කෙනෙකුට available වෙන්නේ. However, the issue is, even though it is kind of a profitable industry, we don't have huge demand from the people. Therefore, we haven't seen a remarkable growth all over the past 2-3 decades. Again, Lankaවේ poultry industry එක එහෙම නැත්නම් dairy industry එක වගේ high demand එකක් නැහැ. මොකද මේක ටිකක් ගොඩාක් concentrate වෙලා තියෙනවා එක කොටසකට විතර. ඒගොල්ලෝ තමයි ගොඩක් වෙලාවට මේක හැමකට ගන්න. In addition, the main issue is the environmental pollution. ඔයගොල්ලෝ දාලා තියෙන ඉස්සර නම් ගොඩාක් දැන් නම් එහෙම ඉච්ච නැහැ. නමුත් ඉස්සර ගොඩාක් කියලා අපි කියන්නේ මේගොල්ලෝ රයා කරන්නේ ආදාන්නේ ඔය ගොඩාක් වෙලාවට ඉවත දාන ගොඩාක් නරක අපි කියන්නේ කුණු වෙච්ච දේවල්ම තමයි depend වෙන්නේ. ඒක මේගොල්ලන්ගෙන අපි කියන්නේ excreta, urine and feces are highly smelly. So therefore, they are not going to prefer most of the people in the country. Even you can kind of feel if there is a swine farm, maybe 2-3 kilometers away, it's a kilometer away. If you are over and then what the Pulva Saman swine farm, Lanka, smell like a capital than Missa. So this is the goat and sheep population. We kind of talk about goat and sheep together because this is not a kind of a huge industry. This is, even though we consider them as one of the major livestock, but their contribution to the total livestock sector in Sri Lanka is very less, very minimum. The total number is less than 1 million to take together, and their industry is highly concentrated to different areas, maybe the mid-country, up-country, and mostly the northern and eastern part of the country. This is basically, as I mentioned, it is kind of a concentrated one, basically to the dry zone. And basically they are produced in an extensive production system. Extensive production system means, I will explain later, it is kind of allow them to have and wandering around and have their feed and then come back to their homes. ඒ කියන්නේ අපි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් intensive, semi intensive and extensive. Extensive system එකේදී අපි ගොඩක් වෙලාවට සමහර පැතිවල මේ සත්තුන්ට ඔහේ නිදැල්ලේ ඇවිදින්න දෙනවා. කරන්නේ අවසර ආවට පස්සේ පුරුවට අර කිරිටික දවා ගන්න වෙනවා කරන්නේ.
Sir, signal issue है.
එහෙමද? උට්ටක් කියනවා.
Yeah.
පැහැදිලි නෑ සර්.
Sir, ඒක වෙලාවකට කැඩි කැඩි යනවා sir.
ඒ මම ඉන්නේ යුනිවර්සිටි එකේ අපේ යුනිවර්සිටි එකේ සිස්ටම් එක තමයි. මොකක් හරි වෙලා තියෙනවා මේ Wi-Fi සිස්ටම් එකේ අවුලක්.
සර් ස්ක්‍රීන් එක රෙකෝඩ් එක අර මාරු වෙද්දි වගේ වෙනවද කොහෙද?
රෙකෝඩින් එක නම් යනවා ගැටලුවක් නැහැ.
Okay sir.
දැන් එනවද?
ඔව් sir.
Very good. Okay. Okay, so as I mentioned you earlier, so there are different systems how we are going to rear those animals, the extensive system, semi-intensive system, and intensive management system. So I will explain these things in detail, but just to give you some insight or an idea. So basically the dry zone and intermediate zones, they are following the extensive system for the management, and the coconut triangle area, specifically Kurunagala, Puttalam, those areas, they use the semi-intensive management system. And when it's come to the urban, suburban, as well as hill and upcountry areas, they usually follow the intensive management system, which means like dairy cows, they are reared in a specific place, and all the feeds and medicine and everything supplied to the animals by the management, and they are not allowed to go out from the place where they usually stay. They just have a very good management system when it comes to the intensive system compared to the extensive system. Okay, so that is the kind of summary about the livestock industry, including poultry in Sri Lanka. So if you have any questions, so you can kind of ask me anytime. And I will give you a break, maybe about 10 to 15 minutes, and then I will try to solve that issue, the Zoom issue, and then I will let you know. If not, we will meet 9:45 a.m. for the remaining part of the lectures. Okay?
Okay.
Recording stopped.
for tomorrow lecture and the next week's lecture. So I think we will not have any issues after that. However, I will be recording this one, so I will share this lecture with you guys. And I apologize if any inconvenience occurred because this is also new to me. I thought maybe around 100, but now maybe it's more than 100 participants per day. So again, I am extremely sorry about that one. So I will try to solve this by tomorrow and for the next week lecture. Okay, so okay, so we will start the lecture for the poultry. ඔයගලන්ට පේනව නේද ලෙක්චර් එක මේ ස්ලයිඩ් එක ෂෙයා වෙලා තියෙනව නේද? කාට හරි මාස් එකක් දෙන්න පුළුවන්?
ඔව් සර්.
Okay. Okay. When it comes to poultry production, the term poultry, which is domesticated birds. They are basically slaughtered and prepared for the market, that is for the meat purposes, or we obtain eggs for the consumption. So, ඒගොල්ලෝ අපි සාමාන්‍ය term එක අඳුන්වන්නේ domesticated birds. ඒ කියන්නේ මේගොල්ලෝ ඉස්සර ඒගොල්ලෝ wild එහෙම නැත්නම් කැලේ හිටපු සත්තු. නමුත් මේගොල්ලෝ අපිට ඕන විදිහට domesticated කරලා select කරගෙන ඒගොල්ලෝ අපි අපේ meat purposes or egg purposes වලට තමයි ප්‍රයා කරන්නේ. So when it comes to poultry, there are about 10,000 species of the birds in the world. And the study about the poultry or the poultry species termed as poultry science. So these are the commercially important poultry. The first one is, of course, chicken, turkey, ducks, geese, pigeon, guinea fowl, so on. So I think based on the pictures, I think you can identify who are they and different species. However, the most important or the most significantly impacting species is chicken. So when it comes to the history of poultry production, as I mentioned earlier, it was kind of a backyard system, and the process of domestication started a long time ago, specifically in Asian countries, maybe about 8,000 years ago. And the red jungle fowl, that is an Asian breed, it is considered by many of the researchers as the ancestor of modern chicken breeds. So this is the one, the jungle fowl. We call it scientifically, in scientific names, the Gallus gallus. So this is the one everybody believes that this is the ancestor of all the modern breeds of poultry. So when
today's special.
Okay, so when it comes to the zoological classification, I think you might have done some studies or maybe some classes in your school time as well. So they are belong to the kingdom Animalia. You don't need to remember these things. I am just kind of giving some background. These are not, I will not ask anything related to these in the examination. You don't need to kind of remember any classification or anything. Just give an idea. So basically, they are belong to the kingdom Animalia, an animal kingdom. Class එකක් විදිහට අපි කියන්නේ ඒගොල්ලන්ට aves කියලා. ඒ කියන්නේ නැත්නම් aves කියනවා කියලා පක්ෂි ගණයට තමයි අයිති වෙන්නේ. ඒකයි livestock and avian sciences කියලා ඔයගොල්ලෝ අර ගොඩක් වෙලාවට දකින්න තැන් වල ඇති avian sciences කියලා ගොඩක් වෙලාවට කියන්නේ මේ birds ලා ගැන ඉගෙන ගන්න දෙයක්. මේගොල්ලෝ basically අයිති වෙන්නේ kingdom Animalia ඒකම vertebrates විදිහට තමයි අපි හඳුන්වන්නේ. මේක ඒකම තමයි මෙතන මේ කරලා තියෙන. ඒගොල්ලෝගේ scientific name එක විදිහට species name එක විදිහට අපි ගත්තොත් අපි කියන්නේ gallus කියලා. අපි දැන්ට use කරන කට්ටිය තමයි gallus domesticators කියලා හඳුන්වන්නේ. මේවා මතක තියාගන්න එපා. මේ කිසිම දෙයක් නමුත් just to get you an idea. So these are the same bird that I showed you. So the top one is the male one. The bottom one is the bottom right one is the female bird. So in Sri Lanka, so you can find Sri Lankan jungle fowl. So that is kind of an indigenous poultry species to Sri Lanka. So I think in most of the tea lands and in jungle areas, you can find these birds. And සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අර වලිකුකුල් වගේ අයිතියට ගන්න සත්තු තමයි මේ ඉන්නේ. ඒගොල්ලෝ අපේ ලංකාවට ඉන්ඩිජිනස් විදියට ඉන්න බර්ඩ් එක. මේගොල්ලෝ අපි කමර්ෂල් ලෙවල් එකේ කිසි වෙලාවකට පාවිච්චි කරන්නේ නැහැ. නමුත් අර ඇන්සෙස්ටර් කෙනෙක් විදියට තමයි ලංකාවේ ඒගොල්ලෝ ඉන්නේ. This is just to give you some idea what is the general anatomy of a chicken. You don't need to remember, but starting from beak, this is the comb area. So this is the hackle, the bell area. This is the back area. This is the sickles. Sickle so that's why we call sickle area. So the shank. Tank කියලා කියන්නේ අර කකුලේ අර නියපොතු වගේ තියෙන උඩ හරියට කියන්නේ අපි අර වලු කරට උඩින් හරිය තියෙන ඒරියා එකට අපි shank area. This is the toenails. So they have different feather types, the primary feather types and the secondary feather types. The breast area. So they don't have a nose. They have nostrils. They have two small holes just above the beak. This is just to get you some insight about how its external appearance of a chicken. They don't have any teeth. They just swallow. This is the sexual differences. The left hand side, that is the rooster. Again, when we kind of naming birds, the male and female ones, for the chicken, the female one is called hen and the male one is called rooster. So the left side where you can find out the rooster, the right side you can find the hen, that is the female one. So it's easy, you can identify these male and females because the one with the more feathers and more kind of more attractive, more beautiful one is the male one, that is the rooster, and with less feathers and less attractive in terms of outer appearance is the female one in these birds. So when it comes to the chicken breeds, we can define a breed. Chicken breed which is an established group of birds or the fowls produced through selection and breeding. When we take a specific breed, then one example, I think some of you might have heard white leghorn or Cornish. Those kind of birds are established group. White leghorn or white leghorn. Because they are already established, they have produced through different selection and breeding methods, have to resemble one another and pass those traits uniformly to their offspring. They will විශේෂ character එකක් තියෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ දැන් මේගොල්ලෝ select කරලා හදලා තියෙනවා. يعني අපි තෝරගන්නවා මෙයා හොඳ විතර දාන සතෙක්. හොඳ මස් දෙන කුරුල්ලෙක්. ඒ සතාව අරගෙන එයාව breed කරලා පරම්පරා ගණනක්. Several generations they have performed different breeding and selection for the best one, and after that they will produce the same or the similar offsprings again and again. එහෙම select කරාට පස්සේ අපි වගේ කියන්නේ මිනිස්සු වගේ අපි cross වෙලා හැදෙනකොට සාමාන්‍යයෙන් ලක්ෂණ 50 වගේ ආවට අම්මගේ තාත්තගේ දරුවා ටිකක් වෙනස් විදිහට හැදෙන්නේ. නමුත් මේගොල්ලන්ගේ they are exactly same. මේගොල්ලෝ අද පිටරයක් දාලා ඊළඟට පැටිය ටික ලොකු වෙලා යනකොට ඒ අම්මයි පැටිය වෙන් කරන අඳුර ගන්න බැරි තරමටම වගේ කියන වයසෙන් කෙසේ වෙතත් appearance all the characters of their young ones are pretty similar to their parents, almost 100%. එකම විදිහට තමයි ඉන්නේ. කොච්චර ප්‍රොඩියුස් කරා ඩයිවර්සිටි එකක් නැහැ. එකම විදිහට වුණා බ්‍රීඩ් එක. අද ඉඳලා තව 10 පාරක් බ්‍රීඩ් කරලා හැදුනා. ඒ පළවෙනි බ්‍රීඩ් හදපු පරම්පරාවයි 10 වෙනි පරම්පරාවයි ඔක්කොම එක වගේ තමයි. That's called a breed. So we can classify these chicken breeds based on different characters. The first one is based on their place of origin. The Asian region, the Mediterranean region, specifically the area belongs to Russia, Ukraine, those areas. Then the English breed, that is the UK, United Kingdom area, and the American breeds. And based on the utility, the purpose. For an example, egg purpose, meat purpose, dual purpose, both egg and meat, or miscellaneous. Miscellaneous again, අපි කියන්නේ අර සමහර ඉන්ඩස්ට්‍රි එකක් තියෙනවා මෙහෙනම් ඉච්චර පාවිච්චි කරන්නේ නැහැ. ඒගොල්ලෝ නිකන් ornamental වගේ. නිකන් පල්ලු පූසෝ හදනවා වගේ අපි හදනවා. එතකොට egg purpose වෙන්න පුළුවන්, meat purpose වෙන්න පුළුවන්, dual purpose as well as the miscellaneous purposes වෙන්න පුළුවන්. So when it's come to the American class, so they are basically, as name suggests, they are basically developed in America. You don't need to kind of remember these specific characteristics, but try to kind of remember the classification. What are the basic classifications? What is the basic origin? Asiatic origin, Mediterranean, English, or the American? And what is the purpose? How we are going to kind of classify based on the purpose of rearing those animals. Whether it is for egg, whether it is for meat, or dual purpose, or the miscellaneous, or the ornamental purposes. So based on that, the American class, they are basically developed or originated in America. They have a earlobe, and earlobe, so that's called earlobe. So they are having red earlobes, the skin is slight yellow, and they basically use them for dual purposes. And they, almost all the animals or the birds, lay brown shelled eggs. The examples are RIR, we call them Rhode Island Red, New Hampshire, Plymouth Rock, and Hollands. When it's come to the English class, they have clean shank, white skin compared to the American ones because they have yellow skin. Here they have white skin. The dual, well, basically they have rearing them for eggs as well as meat. Initially they rear them for egg purposes, and later once their production is going down, they slaughter them and obtain their meat. So they are also shedding brown colored eggs. The examples are Australope and Sussex. The Mediterranean region, that is surrounding the sea, so the Russia and those kind of countries, the Romania, Algeria, Libya, Egypt. So that's the area belong to the Mediterranean. So they have white or yellow colored skin. They basically share or the lay shelled egg with white color. The Leghorn, Ancona, Norca. So Lanka breeds හැම එකම වගේ ඉන්නවා එක එක origin එකෙන් ආපු brown color eggs එහෙම නැත්නම් white color eggs depends වෙන්නේ ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ origin එකයි ඒ එන class එකයි එහෙම නැත්නම් ඒ එන breed එක. අපේ ගොඩාක් ඔය අපි කියන්නේ backyard chicken. They are basically shell brown color eggs, but here depends on the specific class or the breed. So this is the Asiatic class. They also shell brown color eggs, the Brahma, Cochin. So those are basically Indian origin. So you can easily kind of identify those breeds if you are given different pictures to identify which one is which. But in our case, these kind of birds, Asiatic one, a little smaller compared to the other ones. So this is the way that I mentioned earlier. So maybe sometimes back they found a jungle fowl or a jungle chicken, and then through the selection and breeding, they have developed them to meat production or egg production. For an example, as you can see, a jungle fowl, the maximum body weight may be 2 pounds. 2 pounds means maybe about 1 kilogram. But nowadays, you can have a bird, a broiler chicken, with almost over 3 kilograms of body weight, which is the meat weight. The jungle fowl, they usually lay eggs, maybe about 10 to 12 eggs per year. At present day, most of the chicken or the layers lay eggs about 300 or more than 300 eggs per year, which means at least 1 egg per day you can see from the modern chicken or the modern hens compared to the jungle ones or the wild one. يعني ඉච්චර දුරට මේ ඉන්ඩස්ට්‍රි එක ඩෙවලොප් කරලා අරගෙන තියෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ ඒගොල්ලෝ ඉස්සර කිලෝ එකක් විතර බර තමයි මැචුවර් බොඩි weight එකක් එන්නේ සාමාන්‍ය කුකුලෙක් ගත්තා. අද වෙනකොට කිලෝ 3.5 වෙනකන් වගේ බරකට ඒගොල්ලෝ ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා. බිත්තර ගත්තත් බිත්තර 10ක් 12ක් 15ක් maybe maximum 20ක් කීම අවුරුද්දට එක ඒගොල්ලෝ ලේ කරන්නේ. අද වෙනකොට එක කිකිලියෙක් හොඳ ලෙවල් එකකට ඩෙවලොප් වෙච්ච කිකිලියෙක් බිත්තර 300කට වැඩිය අවුරුද්දකට ලේ කරනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ per year they will lay per day at least 1 day. ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ ටාගට් එක තමයි දවසකට එක බිත්තරයක් වань. So when it comes to the birds that is reared for eggs or the layers, their maximum body weight will be maintained around 1.5 to 3 kilograms, and their body weight is very light. And their growth rate is very low compared to the broilers. And one of the main character is they should not show broodiness. Broodiness කියලා ඔයගොල්ලෝ කියන්නේ ඔයගොල්ලෝ දැකලා ඉතින් විතර රකින්නවා කියලා කියන කිකිලිය. So කියන්නේ අපි දැන් හොඳට විතර දාන කිකිලිය නෑ. If you want to select and breed a bird with a very good egg laying capacity, we have to select a bird with lightweight, lower growth rate, and should not show broodiness. ඒගොල්ලෝ බිත්තර රකින්නවා කියන එක පෙන්වන්න හොඳ නැහැ. මෙන්න මේ වගේ බිත්තර රකින්න පටන් ගත්තොත් ඒගොල්ලෝ eggs produce කරන එක නවත්තනවා. ඒගොල්ලෝ ඊට පස්සේ සාමාන්‍ය ඊළඟට පැටිය හමුනා පැටිය බලා ගන්නවා අර mothering characteristic වලට ඒගොල්ලෝ යනවා. Therefore, you should not select an animal or a bird with a very good broodiness or mothering capacity. Therefore, if we see this kind of animal, we should remove from the herd. And at least they should produce more than 200 eggs per year. Present, at least 300 eggs per year. It should be large, and they should consume very less food and very active. Again, අපි මේ හදන සත්තු අපි හැමදේම බලන්නේ commercial level එකේ යන්නේ because this is an industry. We want to get profit, so they should eat less and produce more. So that's the kind of condition in dairy, not in poultry, but all the other industries related to animals. So please remember these kind of characters. So their growth rate should be low. They are very active and consume less food and produce more eggs, maybe 300, at least 300 eggs per year, and lower growth rate and without showing any broodiness. When it comes to the meat purpose birds, it's totally opposite, which means their body weight should be higher, which is 3 to 5 kilograms. They should be very heavy. They should have higher growth rate, and their body shape should be like a box. It's fine if they show broodiness. Again, broodiness. ඒක පෙන්නුවට කමක් නැහැ. මොකද ඒගොල්ලෝ එතකොට එක තැනකටලා ඔය වාඩිලා ඉන්නවා. එතකොට they do not spend much energy. Because if they walk around, if they are very active, then they will start eating more. Because ඒගොල්ලෝ active වෙලා එහෙම ඇවිල්ලා දුවන්න පයින් ගත්තා වැඩිපුර කනවා, වැඩිපුර energy යනවා. ඒතකොට product expensive. Therefore, in this case, the body shape should be large. like a box, and it should show broodiness and less active. And it should tolerate hard conditions, high temperature, maybe rainy conditions, less ventilation, again, hulang adu tank, more crowded. So those kind of birds should be selected, and they even like layers, broilers also lay eggs. ඔයගොල්ලෝ misunderstand කරන්න එපා. මේ birds ලා කාලයක් වගේ මේ හදාගෙන ගියොත් ඒගොල්ලෝ විතර දාන. ඒගොල්ලෝ සාමාන්‍ය poultry තමයි. But they are well developed for meat purposes, but their egg production should be low. අර වගේ අවුරුද්දක් මේගොල්ලෝ රැයා කරන්නේ. නමුත් විතර දාන්න ගත්තොත් එහෙම ඒ වගේ විතර production එකක් ඕනේ. And also we should have very small eggs. මොකද අපි එක හදාන්නේ හැමදේටම ශක්තිය එනර්ජි වැය නිසා ඒ කියන්නේ කෑම ඒගොල්ලෝ වැඩිපුර කන්න පටන්. Therefore we have to reduce, or we have to select the animals with lower egg production and smaller eggs. When it comes to the dual purpose, අපි කියන්නේ දෙකම තියෙන. So they are having characters in between. They produce eggs as well as at the end of the day, you can use them for meat purposes. They have average egg production, slightly faster growth rate compared to the layer birds, and very hardy animals. All of condition when it comes to miscellaneous poultry, their eggs are very small. They are not hardy. Hardy can go harsh conditions for temperature use in there. They require very intensive care because they need attention. You have to take care of them. You have to look around all the time. You have to give them feed, medicine, and all the other things. They are very attractive. We go to ornamental. So they are very ornamental. So they are very attractive, very beautiful. They are basically used for as pet birds, game birds, or games or popular game gaming birds, pet birds, fancy just for fun and exhibition birds. We use these miscellaneous type of poultry birds. So here onwards, there are some slides indicating different characters of each breed or each class. If you want, I can go through it, but you can just go through it because, for an example, I have given all the information, the required information for you. You don't need to remember everything, but at least try to remember what are the different classes and 1 or 2 examples for each class. For an example, Australorp. That is an English class, basically developed in Australia. And they have different characteristics like eyes, big bodies, very active birds. For an example, as you can see in this picture, so they are having very dark color bodies. So they are very good egg producers, and they have also have a meaty body. Meaty can muscle better and then breed bird. So likewise, I have put different species or the classes for your information. You can just go through those slides. Don't remember everything. Don't try to remember everything, but try to kind of get some idea. At least the English class, who are the breeds, the classes belong to that breed. At least 1 or 2. Okay. So this is the success breed. So that is basically English class originated in England or the UK. The Cornish. So as you can see, you might have seen these birds. You have visited any poultry farm, or you are having any poultry breeds at your home or the backyard. So this is a meat bird. So you can see they don't have many feathers. Their body is like a box shape, very large birds, and they produce very good carcass. Carcass එකක් කියලා කියන්නේ සතා ස්ලෝට් වල ඕලන් පෙන්නන ඉස්සරහට ස්ලෝට් කරාට පස්සේ කොහොමද ඒ බොඩි එකට අල මැරිච්ච සතාගේ බොඩි එකට තමයි අපි carcass එක කියලා කියන්නේ. So these are the Cornish. So the Leghorn, so they are very popular for egg production, layers, Leghorn. So they are basically from Mediterranean region. Russia, Ukraine, that area origin purpose. So this is the Ancona. This is also egg type, Mediterranean. The next one is the Rhode Island red. So it is from the American region. You can see. So it's kind of a reddish color body. So basically,
This is also said RIR.
yes, that's right. So I mentioned earlier RIR. So the long term is the Rhode Island red. So you are correct. That's called RIR. In short form, even in the exam, I don't know, but in other exams also, if somebody asks RIR, so you can say it's like you can write it down. It's kind of a commonly accepted term. You don't need to write Rhode Island red, the long term, just RIR is fine. So it could have commonly accepted term. The brown color body එකක් තියෙන. ඒ ලංකාවේ ඔක්කොම වගේ ඉන්නවා. මේගොල්ලෝ තැන් වල එක farms වල මේගොල්ලෝ use කරනවා. ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ purpose එක ගන්න. Brown color X ඕන ගන්න ඕන නම් කෙලිම ගොඩක් වෙලාවට RIR වල use කරනවා. You can see brownish dark color. Then the New Hampshire is also from America. It's kind of similar to the RIR. But they are also dual purpose. They can be used for both meat and egg production. Then the Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock is also from American breed. So they have different two types, the brown and the white one. So even though their skin color is white, they lay brown color eggs. This understanding skin defend class define skin white color then the Brahma. Even though it is belong to the Asian region, the specific breed is developed in USA. Basically, they are used for the meat purposes, the backyard level or commercial level. So as you can see, there are different varieties of Brahma. මේගොල්ලෝ දැන් ගොඩාක් වෙලාට අයිඩෙන්ටිෆයි කරන්න සමහරට අමාරුයි මොකද ඒගොල්ලෝ ඩෙවලොප් කරලා එක වර්ග වල ඉන්නවා. මොකද හරියම බැලුවාම ඉතින් මේ කොමල එක වගේ තමයි අන්තිමට දැන් මේගොල්ලන්ගේ පැටි එකක් ආවොත් ඒ පැටියත් ඔය වගේම තමයි. ආයෙසක් වෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඒ කියන්නේ ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ අර ඩයිවර්සිෆිකේෂන් එකක් දැන් නැහැ ඉස්සරහ. පුළුවන් තරම් ඒගොල්ලෝ ජෙනෙටිකලි සිලෙක්ට් කරලා ලෙවල් එකකට අරගෙන ඉවරයි. This is Cochin, originated in China. It can be used for an ornamental purposes as well, again, aesthetic values or maybe for an exhibition type. So it's like a dog or a cat or any other pet. So there are some people wearing these animals as their pets. So other poultry, so when it comes to the duck, so there are different breeds. So we have different types, but we don't have a kind of a well-established, well-developed system related with poultry. It is duck compared to the broilers and layers in chicken. Ducks like අපේ ලංකාවේ ඉච්චරම well developed එකක් නෑ. නම් සමහර තැන්වල පොඩියට කරගෙන යනවා. broilers but in general, we don't have a well-developed industry related to that. The different geese you have seen, I think maybe in some places, in some farms, they have very few geese and ducks just for the exhibition purposes, not for in commercial level farming. We just have those breed just to show the other people and just to kind of have a diversification. This is Turkey. I think there are some areas having turkeys, maybe one or two at least in backyard level. But this is also not very popular among the local people in Sri Lanka. But in other countries, for an example, in the USA, America, they have specific, I think you might know, some people might know, the Thanksgiving function in November, which means they usually eat turkeys. So it's one of the most popular bird during that time. So it is one of the most developed, very significant industry in USA, Canada, and Europe. They are basically rearing for meat purposes, pretty similar to the taste of chicken broilers, but more juicy. And juicy that we ready. Broilers are but it is also very huge, maybe 10-15 kilograms the carcass weight, but not very.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Turkey is one of different type of kaluku.
Yes, in Sri Lanka we call them kalukum, but it's pretty similar to them. Yeah, that's right. අපි අර කලුකුම් කියලා කියන්නේ ඔයගොල්ලෝ ගෙවල් වල අහලා තියෙන අර අමුතු විදිහට ශබ්ද දාන කට්ටියක් ඉතින් නිකන් ඔය සවුන්ඩ් එක ඒගොල්ලෝ තමයි. මේගොල්ලෝ ලංකාවේ ඇත්තට පොපියුලර් නෑ මීට් එකක් විදිහට කන අය ඉන්නවා නැත්තේ නෑ. But it is not very popular in Sri Lanka. But in other countries, specifically European and American, those regions, they are very popular. Even other than the poultry or the broilers. So they are different colors, different breeds, white, brown. They are huge, but here we don't have that kind of a huge ones, but some are passport size and ostrich size. You know, this is here, but I know some are that again. Okay, so now I will move on to the broiler management and then I will talk about the layer management. So when it's come to the broiler farming systems in Sri Lanka or in other areas as well, in other countries as well, we have different rearing system. First one is the multiple batch system. What happens in this system is they all broiler chicks. They can have other broiler chicks now. So we purchase them in batches at weekly or bi-weekly intervals and rear. We have a farming capacity 100. We have a farm, we can rear 100 broiler chicks at a time. So we purchase 100 birds today, and next week we will start purchasing another 100, or maybe after 2 weeks' time. So at any given time, so birds of different ages are being reared on the same farm. අපි ගන්න දැන් ක්ලාසස් වල නෝ ලෙක්චර්ස් කරන්නේ දැන් අපි කැම්පස් එකේ අපිට අවුරුදු 4කට ඉඳියන්න. දැන් ඔයගොල්ලෝ අවුරුදු 3ක ඩිප්ලෝමාවක් කියලා හිතන්නකෝ. අවුරුදු 3ක් කරනවා නම් ඩිප්ලෝමා එකක්. graduate diploma or a class or a degree program 4 years, you have different batches. First year, second year, third year. Likewise, here also in multiple batch system, you have different ages. First 1 week old, 2 weeks old, maybe 3 weeks old, something like that. So at any given time, you have different ages are being reared on the farm, which is kind of a continuous system. All in all out system means they all chicks purchased from somewhere else and they are reared until they grow to a market weight and sold in one batch. එකපාර අපි 100ක් ගන්නවා ආය අතරමැද මොකුත් නැහැ ඒ 100 සම්පූර්ණයෙන්ම grow කරගන්නවා අපිට ඕන වයස වෙනකන් ඊට පස්සේ ඒගොල්ලෝ විකුණලා. That is called all in all out system or multiple batch system. This is practiced in many different ways in different farms based on their capacity, based on their resource availability, and based on the their market purpose or the market demand. The market demand එක අනුව ඒකට අවශ්‍ය විදිහට ඒගොල්ලෝ කරගෙන යනවා. So when you are planning a broiler farm, you cannot have a broiler farm anywhere you want. ඕන තැනක ඔයගොල්ලන්ට ගිහලා farm එකක් හදන්න බෑ. හදන්න පුළුවන් අපහට වැඩක් වෙන්නේ නැති වෙනවා. Let's see what are the main reason, or what are the main factors we should consider when planning a broiler farm. First one is the selection of location. When you are selecting a location, you have to find a specific market potential. It should be preferably located near to the market or near to the city as close as possible. Then the input availability. Use inputs. It should be easy to find the feeds. It should be easy to find the breeds. You can have the peta wagon, breeders wagon, ඊට පස්සේ අපිට ඉස්ලි ඒගොල්ලෝ manage කරගන්න පුළුවන්. Then the type of land. It should be an elevated land. Then අපි නිකන් කඳු ගැට සහිත land එකක් වෙන්න ඕන. Otherwise, what happens is when it is raining, water will be stagnant or the flooding will affect on the birds. In addition, it should be a good distance from other broiler farms, because otherwise what happens is some disease get caught in one broiler farm, it will easily spread to the other farm. A land එක අපි select කරගන්නත් ඕනේ, elevated land එකක්, ඒ වගේ වතුරයි වගේ රැඳෙන්නේ නැති තැන. ඒකම අනිත් ඒවත් එක්ක හොඳ distance එකක් තියෙනවා. මොකද සමහරට ඒගොල්ලෝ රැයක වෙන breed එකක් වෙනවා. ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ management system එක වෙනස් වෙනවා. ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ තියෙන මොන හරි disease එකක් මේකට එන්න පුළුවන්. In addition, you should have very clean, potable water surrounding area, and also whatever the land you selected should be able to expand for future developments. මොකක් හරි land එකක් තෝරගත්තට පස්සේ ඒ land එක ඉතින් අද boilers ලා 100ක් දාලා farm එකක් start කරලා ඒක අවුරුද්දකින් ඔයාලා farm එක ලොකු කරගන්න ඕනේ. එහෙනම් එතන sufficient space එකක් තියෙනවා. You should have sufficient space. So when you are selecting your location for your broiler farm, you should have a very good market potential. You can do a market survey. You can just, in our country, it's a small country, that's fine. But when you go for other countries, very huge countries, so you should have to find a place with a very good market. Otherwise, it's a waste of money investing such a huge amount in order to have a broiler farm. So input availability, the type of land, and let's see what are the major building types you want. Example, you have broiler houses, you have storerooms, your office rooms, staff quarters, needed, manure feed, incinerator. Can have the building එක හදනකොට මොන වගේ main structure එකක්ද තියෙනවද? ඔයගොල්ලන්ට ඒ කුරුල්ලගේ ඉන්න වෙනම house එකක් තියෙන්න ඕනේ. ඔයාලා body store කරගන්න වෙන rooms තියෙන්න ඕනේ. office rooms තියෙන්න ඕනේ. staff එකට quarters දෙනවා නම් ඒවා තියෙන්න ඕනේ. ඒක මේගොල්ලන්ගේ අපදම එහෙම නැත්නම් කියන්නේ manure, heavy urine and other excreta should be stored or disposed in a proper way. Incinerator කියන්නේ අපි ගණිතාන බර්ස්ලා මැරිලා හරි මොනවද ඒගොල්ලෝ පුච්චලා අයින් කරලා දාන්න. ඒ වගේ නිකන් අපි කියන්නේ තනක් තියෙන්නත් ඕනේ. Then what are the main optimal එහෙම නැත්නම් suitable environmental conditions for broilers? For an example, the temperature should be 22 to 30 Celsius degrees. The relative humidity should be maintained about 30 to 60. Then the ammonia level should be about 25 ppm, and the litter moisture condition should be very low. Therefore, any farmer having a broiler farm should have maintained this kind of condition in order to maintain a very good stock of broiler birds. Yani ඒගොල්ලන් broiler birds ලා ගොඩක් අය ඒගොල්ලන් ස්ටෝක් කරගන්න ඕන නම් ඒ වගේ හොඳ conditions ඒගොල්ලන් maintain කරගන්න ඕනේ. Of course, in our country, it is very difficult to control the temperature because we are a tropical country. So in that case, you have to have different other sophisticated conditions to improve the ventilation, to avoid any kind of contamination with ammonia or litter, as well as in order to maintain the relative humidity. Lanka වගේ රටක ටිකක් අමාරුයි අත්තට මොකද tropical country එකක් ලංකාව වහින්න පුළුවන් වෙලාවක සමහරවිට dry zone තියෙන්න පුළුවන් නමුත් කොහොම හරි ඒ තියෙන techniques use කරලා මේ farm එක maintain කරගන්න වෙනවා නැත්නම් වෙන්නේ cut resources අපිට යනවා the birds ලට damage වෙන්න පුළුවන්.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
ppm mean parts per million?
Yes, ppm means parts per million. ඒක එච්චරම ඔයගොල්ලෝ මත කියන්නේ අර අගේ ලොකුවට ඒ කියන්නේ මතක තියාගන්නවා ppm means parts per million. කියන්නේ මිලියන එකට කොටස් කීයක් තියෙන්න ඕනද කියලා කියන්නේ. ඇමෝනියා එතන ගත්තොත් මිලියන එකට කොච්චරක් the concentration එක වෙන්න පුළුවන්.
Yes, sir.
Sir, liter moisture කියන්නේ මොකද sir?
liter moisture කියලා කියන්නේ දැන් liter එක කියන එක වදන්නවා. liter කියන්නේ මැනුව එක. අපි කියන්නේ මැනුව එකකට අමතරව අපි කියන්නේ සත්තු ඉන්නේ දැන් ෆාම් එකවල පෝල්ට්‍රි ෆාම් එකකට ගිහිලා දෙනවා නම් දැකලා ඇති. පෝල්ට්‍රි ෆාම් එකේ ඒගොල්ලෝ රෙයා කරන්නේ පොඩි කියන්නේ බෙඩින් මැටීරියල් එකක් උඩ. ඒ කියන්නේ එක්ක 10 දානවා එක්ක විදුරු නම් ඉච්චර යූස් කරන්නේ නැහැ. මේගොල්ලන් අලි කුඩු තියෙන අපි කියන්නේ කොහොමද ඒවට කියන්නේ අර wood shavings කියලා කියන්නේ. wood shavings or maybe the rice brand rice out of cover එක තියෙන්නේ. rice අපි කියන්නේ හාල් මේ ඊයට ඒ ගන්න ඉස්සරහ කියන්නේ 10 තියෙන්නේ. අන්න ඒවා එක දාලා ඒගොල්ලන්ට හදනවා comfortable bed එකක්. ඒක තමයි ඒගොල්ලෝ ප්‍රයාස කරන්නේ ටික ටික. එතකොට මේ ලිටර් එකේ moisture content එක තමයි ඔය අපි කියන්නේ 115 125 අතර තියෙනවා. මොකද if it is very weight ඒක නිකන් බෙඩ් එක වගේ. අපි හිතාගන්න ඇඳ වගේ තමයි ඒගොල්ලන්ට දෙන bedding material. That is the bedding material for the birds. So it should be well maintained. If it is more moisture, which means that is not good for the bird, it will start spreading. First thing is the diseases, other one is the ammonia or the other hazardous gases. For farm,
Sir,
yes.
liter moisture එක මේ කාලෙන් කාලෙට වෙනස් කරනවා නේද අයින් කරලා?
Yes. So for an example, in broiler farms, what they usually do is, I can show you, I think I may have some pictures. So what you do is at the beginning, you are adding a thin layer of those bedding materials or a litter. Then time to time, or every day, or maybe once in 2 days, they add a little by little and then start like a growing. Can you say, if it is more wet or more moisture, what usually they do is they take it out and replace it new litter or new bedding material. Or bedding material කියන පාස් කරේ මේක නමුත් specific term එක තමයි litter කියලා අපි කියන්නේ. ඒ litter material. එතකොට ඒක තනවල birds ලා ඉන්න සත්තු වතුරක පෙරලා ගන්නවා කියන්නේ කාර් කර ගන්නවා නේද? එතකොට ඒක තෙත් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ තෙත් වුණාම එතන සම්පූර්ණ එක්ක ඇමෝනියා රිලීස් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. එහෙම නැත්නම් වෙන මොනවා හරි අනිත් සල්ෆර් ඩයොක්සයිඩ් මොනවා හරි hazardous gas එකක් එන්න මොනවා හරි උත්තේජනයක් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඒක නිසා ඒ වෙලාවට ඒගොල්ලෝ farm management එක ඒක time to time අයින් කරනවා. නැත්නම් immediately අයින් කරන්න හැදුවා. එහෙම නැත්නම් මම පෙන්නන්න සමහර අය රෙයා කරනවා නිකන් අපි කියන්නේ දැලක් ගහපු සිස්ටම් එක. ඒකට ඒගොල්ලෝ ලිටර් එකක් ඕනේ. ඒ දැල උඩ තමයි ඒගොල්ලෝ ඉන්නේ. ඔක්කොම ලිටර් මැටීරියල්ස් ටික බිමට වැටෙනවා. We fall down the ground floor. I will show you. I think I have some pictures. I can show you them to you. So it should. That's why we have to maintain everything: the temperature, the RH, the ammonia level, and the litter moisture. You have to replace or add more litter time to time. Maintain a very good litter moisture condition. If you can maintain it very dry, that's very fine. But if it is getting wet, you have to replace it time to time. So this is the kind of the orientation for the house that you are going to build. So this is just an example. So usually we build them east, west or north, south. This depends on the sunlight availability as well as the ventilation purposes. You can make a farm, make it in land, balala, develop කරන්න කියලා මේවා කරා. නමුත් ගොඩක් වෙලාවට හිතන්නේ east west එකට අපි හැදුවොත් එහෙම ගොඩක් වෙලාවට all the day sun එක හැමතිස්සෙම top of the roof තියෙනවා. සමහර වෙලාවට ඒ අදාළ area එක බලලා ඒගොල්ලෝ orientation එක එහා මෙහාට කරව ගන්නවා. මොකද නැත්තම් ගොඩාක් heat එක වැඩිලා සත්තුන්ට හානි වෙන්න පුළුවන් නිසා. නැත්තම් you have to install some exhaust fans. Or maybe you have to have some sprinklers in order to decrease the temperature inside the farm or inside the house of those animals. So these are the different types of houses that they usually have for the broiler farming. So there are different shapes. We call them shed shape, gable, monitoring, semi-monitor. So they have different types. This depends on the area. For an example, if it is in up country or the hill country, they will not have this kind of open houses. Open means they have a mesh. එතන දැල් ගහලා වගේ තමයි ගොඩක් වෙලා තියෙන්නේ. මොකද ඒ වගේ areas වල මොකද because the temperature is below the recommended level upcut of hill country. So they should have a walls, something like this, completely covered. But if it is in a dry zone or maybe in northwestern part or maybe Kurnagal area, so you should have this kind of open areas with some mesh, with small walls that is to facilitate air circulation as well as decrease the temperature inside the house. Lanka වගේ ගොඩක් ඕන කටවලත් එහෙම තමයි ඒ අදාළ area climatic condition එක location එක අනුව තමයි ඒගොල්ලෝ ඔක්කොම decide කරන්නේ මොන direction එකකටද මොන වගේ walls ද ඒගොල්ලෝ දාන්නේ මොන වගේ roofing type ද ඒගොල්ලෝ use කරන්නේ කියන. So this is kind of a housing system. This is what I mentioned you. So you can rear animals like in these cages, like we call them battery cages. So you don't have any litter here. Beam bedding material එක මේ වැනේ. මොකද මේගොල්ලෝ ඉන්නේ mesh එක උඩ. So all the litters means all the excreta, urine, here they have uric acid, and all the other excreta will fall to the bottom. The bottom එක තමයි මෙතන පල්ලෙහාට මේ දැල උඩ ඉඳලා වැටෙන්නේ. මේගොල්ලන්ට mesh එකක් තියෙන නිසා ඔක්කොම යටට වැටෙනවා. Now this one is the deep litter system, the one that I was talking about. The main thing that you have to maintain the the moisture level of this level. So you have exhaustive fan. So here what they usually do is time to time they add more bedding or more litter, or they remove them out if it is more wet in order to maintain that moisture level. මේ වගේ ඒවා ඒගොල්ලෝ කරන්නේ දවස් දෙකකට තුනකට සැරේ දවස ගානක් ඉඳලා පුළුවන් සමහර තැන් වල ඒ කන්ඩිෂන් එක අනුව ඒගොල්ලෝ අලුතෙන් ඇඩ් කරන එක තමයි වෙන්නේ මේ තියෙන එක උඩට. මුලින්ම තියෙන්නේ බෙයා ලෑන්ඩ් එක බෙයා කියන්නේ ෆ්ලෝ එක බෙයා මොකුත් නැහැ කොන්ක්‍රීට් ෆ්ලෝ එකක් තියෙනවා. ඒක උඩට ටික ටික දාලා ඒගොල්ලෝ අඟල දෙක තුන සාමාන්‍යයෙන් සතුන්ගේ ජීවිත කාලය උඩ තියාගන්න කාලය අනුව ඒගොල්ලෝ ටික ටික දාලා හදලා ගන්නවා. නැත්නම් ඒගොල්ලෝ කරන්නේ ඒක සම්පූර්ණයෙන්ම අයින් කරලා දානවා වෙද්දී පස්සේ එහෙම නැත්නම් ඒක බැච් එකක් අයින් වුණාට පස්සේ ඔබ සම්පූර්ණයෙන්ම ඔක්කොම ලිටර්ස් ටික අයින් කරලා අය අර කොන්ක්‍රීට් ෆ්ලෝ එක අරගෙන ඊට පස්සේ සම්පූර්ණයෙන්ම හොදලා ඩිස්ඉන්ෆෙක්ට් කරලා අලුතෙන් ලිටර් දානවා with that jacket. So if the temperature is too high inside the barn, so what you do is you have to have this kind of fans to facilitate air circulation and remove the excess heat, or you still have some splinkers. I don't know whether they have splinkers here, but they have splinkers if it is in a hot area, not inside, maybe on the top of the roof. උඩට ස්ප්‍රින්ක්ලර් දාන්න දෙන්න පුළුවන් මොකද ඒක සවුත් වෙනින්ද මේ වහලට ස්ප්‍රින්ක්ලර්ස් හයි කරලා වහල ටෙම්පරේචර් එක අඩු කරනවා. ඒතකොට ඔටෝමැටිකලි ඉන්සයිඩ් ටෙම්පරේචර් එක අඩු වෙන්න පුළුවන්. So let's move on to the chick management. So when we are selecting or when we are purchasing day old chicks, කියන්නේ දිනක් වයසදී ඒ chick කෙනෙක් ඔය chick කෙනෙක් අපි ගන්නකොට we have to look for different characteristics to select the best quality one. So they should be very clean after hatching. They should stand firmly and walk well and very active, should not have any deformities, and very alert and very vocalized. The characters හොඳට බලන්න ඕනේ මේ සත්තු select කර ගන්නකොට අපේ farm එකේ. ඒගොල්ලෝ very clean වෙන්න ඕනේ. හිතාන නිකන් dirty වෙලා සවුත් වෙලා එහෙම බෑ. ඒ කකුල් ඇද වෙලා deform වෙලා එහෙම තියෙනවා නම් බෑ. පික් එක ඇද වෙලා එහෙම වෙලා ඒවලු ගන්නෑ. It's very alert, very active birds වෙන්න ඕනේ. ඒගොල්ලෝ හැමසිංහ කෑ ගන්න. ඒක කෑ ගහනවා vocalize කරනවා නම් අපි කියන්නේ ඒගොල්ලෝ very active කියලා. So these are the main characteristics in addition to the price. The other කාරණා price එකත් අපි consider කරන්න ඕනේ. එක bird කෙනෙක්ගේ price එක සාමාන්‍ය කීයද කියලා බලලා. But in general the outer characteristic you have to observe whether they are very active, very alert, very vocalized, walk very well, and very clean. So those type of birds we have to select for our farm. Then we have to prepare our house or the farm for those chicks. So what we have to do is, yes. So what we have to do is we have to provide those chicks with very biosecure, clean housing environment. මොකද මේ chicks ලා අපි දැන් කියන hard animals ලා නෙමෙයි අර අපි කතා කරන swine අපි ඉස්සර කතා කරමු swine එහෙම නැත්නම් dairy වගේ beef වගේ සත්තු වගේ නෙමෙයි මේගොල්ලෝ හරියම sensitive කට්ටිය. So therefore you have to maintain very biosecured environment, very clean housing environment for these animals. And before they arrive to the farm, we have to preheat the house. අපි මේගොල්ලෝ purchase කරන්නේ day old chicks ලා. يعني අද උදේ hatch වුණොත් අපි house එකේදී ඒගොල්ලෝ purchase කරලා farm එකට ගෙනියනවා. ඒක ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ අම්මා නෑ. So they don't have their mother with them to provide the heat, the warmth for those animals. Therefore, their thermoregulatory systems and everything are well not developed. Therefore, we have to preheat the house and we have to stabilize the temperature inside the house at least a day before. ඒ සත්තු හෙට එනවා නම් අපි අද දර ක්ලීන් කරලා ඔක්කොම කරලා light high කරලා temperature එක හරියට provide කරන්න ඕනේ. And also we have to have a litter, very clean, very dry. Litter should be spreaded evenly on the floor, maybe at least 2 to 4 inches. That is to facilitate their bedding. And we have to have their food and water immediately for those chicks once they arrive. And we have to provide the light, at least 23 hours of light for the first 7 days. That is to kind of facilitate, encourage them to have feed and water. දැන් මේ සත්තුන්ට හුරුවක් නැහැ කෑම කාලා එකපාරට ගෙනල්ලා කොහෙන් හරි හැච් වෙනවා හැචරිය එක. මොකද ඒ හැචරිය තියෙන කොහේ හරි කිලෝමීටර් 100ක් විතර එහාන් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ හැචරිය ඉඳලා ඒගොල්ලෝ එක්කන් ඇවිල්ලා එකපාරට කෝඩුවකට දාලා සත්තුන්ට දැන් ස්ට්‍රෙස් ගතියක් වැඩි. ඒක නිසා අවශ්‍ය කරන ටෙම්පරේචර් එක හරියට දෙන්න ඕනේ. කම්ෆර්ටබල් වෙන්න හොඳට ලිටර් එක හදලා තියෙන්න ඕනේ. අපි කියන්නේ සිම්ප්ලි කියන බෙඩින් මැටීරියල් එක හොඳට තියෙන්න ඕනේ. ඒකට ඕන වතුර කැම තියෙන්න ඕනේ. ඒකම අපි ලයිට් එක දෙනවා. එකක් ඒක හීට් එක දෙනවා. ඊට අමතරව ඒ ලයිට් එක හොඳ ඒ ඩිරෙක්ෂන් එකට ඒගොල්ලන්ට කැමයි වතුරයි හොයාගන්න පළවෙනි දවස් 7-10 ඇතුළත. So this is what we are doing here. So if these birds are with their mom or the hen, so they are given all the comfort by this bird. That is called the natural brooding. අපි brooding කියලා කියන්නේ ඒක අර පිටරේ දාපු වෙලේ ඉඳලා පැටිය එළියට එනකන් ඒ කිකිලි හෝ ඒ අදාළ සතා ඒක උඩට වෙලා එයා අවශ්‍ය කරන comfortability එක ලබා දෙනවා. නමුත් අපි අලුතෙන් ගෙනාවට පස්සේ බර්ඩ්ස් වලට එහෙම කිකිලිය මොකෙක්වත් නැහැ. ඒගොල්ලන්ව බලා ගන්න. ඒක නිසා මේ ඔක්කොම මේ මව්සතා කරන හැමදේම මේ සතුන්ට අපි artificially දෙන්න. Therefore we have to provide heat, external heat source, or maybe a light, or maybe heater in order to provide the heat for these animals. මොකද මේගොල්ලන්ගේ body එක ගොඩක් පොඩි. ඒකම මේගොල්ලන්ගේ heat dissipation එක වැඩි. ඒක නිසා වෙන්නේ මේගොල්ලන්ට අපි අවශ්‍ය කරන heat එක දුන්නේ නැත්නම් මේගොල්ලෝ cold එකේ නිසා මේක heat එක dissipate වෙලා ගිහිලා මේ සත්තු දවසක් එකමාරකදී මැරෙන්න පුළුවන් නිකන්. So when we provide the brooding or whatever the comfortability for those animals, we are following 2 methods. First one is spot brooding. ඒ කියන්නේ මෙන්න මේ වගේ එකක්. අදාළ ඒරියා එක විතරක් මම පෙන්නන්න මම පිටුර ඇති. ඒ අදාළ ඒරියා එකට විතරක් අපි හීට් එක දෙනවා, ස්පෙસિෆික් සිලෙක්ෂන් එකක් කරනවා අදාළ ඒරියා එකේ. එතෙන් විතර ලයිට් එකක් මේ හැමදේම දෙන්න. The one is the whole house. If we have all the electricity, very low price, and you have capacity, you can provide the whole house brooding. මුළු house එකටම ඔයගොල්ලෝ heat කරන්න පුළුවන්. නැත්නම් අර වගේ specific spot එකක් select කරගෙන ඒ specific spot එක brood කරන්න පුළුවන්. So you can have, so different farms follow different methods based on their capacity, but you can have either one. Okay, this is kind of a spot brooding. So as you can see, so they have covered area, and this is the light source or the heating source, and these are the feeders and waterers. So they are provide all the things before they arrive. So this is the guard. මේ guard එකක් අපි දාලා තියෙන මේ සත්තුන්ට boundary එකක් දෙන්න. Because this is kind of a spot brooding, as I mentioned here. It's a canopy or radiant heaters. So this is the boundary, so they cannot move away. So as they grow, they start moving this guard. කියන්නේ මේ සත්තු ලොකු වෙන්න මේ guard එක add කර ඒගොල්ලන්ට ඕන කරන space එක දෙන්න. මුලදී දෙන space එක තමයි ඔය දීලා තියෙන්නේ. ඒ අදාළ ප්‍රමාණය අනුව සත්තු ප්‍රමාණය අනුව don't kind of think about this is the standard, not very standard, but it depends on the number of animals that you are going to use. The guard can be changed. ඒක ලොකු වෙන්නත් පුළුවන්, පොඩි වෙන්නත් පුළුවන්. ඒක ප්‍රශ්නයක් වෙන්නේ නැහැ. නමුත් ඒ අදාළ heat එක අපි දෙන්න ඕනේ සතාට ඕන කරන ප්‍රමාණය. ඒක නිසා තමයි අපි heat එකක් දාලා තියෙන්නේ. මේක light එකක් වෙන්නත් පුළුවන්, නැත්නම් අර radiant එකක් වෙන්නත් පුළුවන්. අපි අර ඉස්සෙල්ලා කතා කරපු heat එකක් ඉන්නේ. හැබැයි ඕන කරන වතුර හැමදේම දෙන්න ඕනේ මේ සත්තුන්ට. ඒක ටිකෙන් ටික දැන් මේකට ලිටර් එක දාලා we add liter to this flow and start developing a little by little. So this is the kind of recommended space for this bird. So for an example, at the beginning, you can have about 40 birds in 1 square meter. And 1 square meter එකක් ගත්තාම ඒක සාමාන්‍ය 1 square meter එකක් කියලා හිතුවොත් මේකට සත්තු 40ක් විතර අපිට දාලා තියන්න පුළුවන්. But as they grow, it should enhance, which means the birds number go down, or we have to increase the space that we provide for those birds. For the heaters, you can use bulb or the electrical brooders. There are some electrical brooders. ඒ කියන්නේ electric විදිහට හදපු brooders තියෙනවා. අපිට ඒවා ගෙනලා install කරගන්න පුළුවන්. එතකොට ඒගොල්ලෝ අවශ්‍ය කරන heat එක හැමදේම provide කරනවා. එහෙම නැත්නම් we can use bulbs to provide the brooding purposes. So these are the feeders and waterers. As I mentioned you, we have to provide water as well as feed as they need all the time, because they will start eating at different times. අපි උදේ 6ට දීලා 7ට feeder එක water එක අයින් කරන්නේ. ඒගොල්ලන්ට ඒ අදාළ දවස පුරාම ඒ අවශ්‍ය කරන ප්‍රමාණයට අපි ඒගොල්ලන්ට දාලා තියෙනවා. For an example, this is inside the brooder. So they have feeders, waterers, and equal distance. අපි කවදාකවත් water එකයි feeder එක එක ළඟ දීලා තියන්නේ නැහැ. මොකද water එක පෙරුණොත් ඒ feeder එකට එකක් feed එක සවුත් වෙනවා. In addition, the litter will get wet. This is the light source.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, before the chicks take to in brooder, there
Yes.
will be some selection.
Yeah, that's what I told you. That's the main characters that you should consider before selecting a chick. They should be very clean and firm, walk well. And after coming into the brooding stage, still you can select and take them out if they are not well, if they are not doing well, if they are deformed, if they are feeling sick, or if they are very inactive, you can take them out. ඒකට එච්චර හොඳ නැත්නම් අයින් කරන්න පුළුවන්. නමුත් මේ ස්ටේජ් එකට එනකොට අපි අතරින්ම සිලෙක්ට් කරන්නේ hatchery. And when we have a hatchery somewhere else, hatchery එකක් කියලා කියන්නේ විතර රක්කවල විතර වලින් eggs වලින් අරන් දෙන ඒවා pattern. So when you purchase, you select there. Whatever the number, if you need 100 birds, you go there and select the good ones and bring it here. And even after coming here, if they are like feeling sick or they are not doing well, you take them out. That's what you usually do.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So then the environmental control, the humidity and the temperature. So specifically, you have to control the temperature. So based on the behavior of the animals in the brooder, so you can observe this brooder time to time, and based on their behavior, you can say whether the temperature inside the brooder is high, low, or sufficient. For an example, by looking at this picture, number A, you can see all the birds are kind of evenly distributed. Maybe some are eating, some are maybe walking or playing or something, or some are drinking water. But here, in the middle, this is the heat source, okay? But here, you can see the birds are in one place or very closer to the brooder or the heat source, and they are not eating or drinking, and they are kind of like a flock or hugging each other, which means the temperature is too low. In that case, you have to increase the temperature inside the brooder. Maybe you can add more bulb or heat source, or you can increase the temperature. Here you can see the birds are corner of the guard or very closer to the guard. Even still they are not eating or drinking. And this is the heat source, which may be an indication of temperature is too high inside this brooder. What you have to do is you have to turn off the heat source, or maybe you can raise it. You can make heat source මේ මෙතන කම්බියකින් වගේ එල්ලලා තියෙන්නේ. දැන් ටෙම්පරේචර් ගොඩාක් ඔක ලෙවල් එක අපිට උඩ පහළ කරන්න පුළුවන් මෙන්න මේ හීට් සෝස් එක. ටෙම්පරේචර් ගොඩාක් අඩුයි නම් මේ බ්‍රූඩ් එක ඇතුලේ ඔයගලන්ට මේක පාත් කරන්න. පාත් කරාම හීට් එකට වැඩිපුර හොඳට වදිනවනේ. ඒක ටෙම්පරේචර් එක හයි නම් මේ සත්තු මෙන්න මේ ලයින් එකේ වගේ නම් ගොඩක්ම ඉන්නේ. එහෙනම් මේක ටිකක් උඩට උස්සන්න පුළුවන්. එහෙම නැත්නම් මේක turn off කරන්න පුළුවන්. Okay? That's what we do. So here you can see the birds are at one place, still away from the brooder or this what you call the heat source. So what happens is here maybe some issue with the litter, or maybe very wet, or maybe some predatory issues, or maybe a snake, or maybe a cat, or maybe any other thing. So they are at one place. So you have to solve those issues as well. In addition, you have to provide a very good ventilation or air circulation. The air circulation air circulation again, it will maintain the temperature as well as the humidity inside these brooders. And in addition, any harmful gases, ammonia or maybe sulfur dioxide, they will be eliminated because of the airflow inside this brood. So this is the chart showing you how to feed them. So what are the type of feeds that they need? For an example, if you take a broiler, the broiler කෙනෙක් ගත්තොත් ලංකාවේ සාමාන්‍යයෙන් on average සති 5යි නැත්නම් සති 6යි ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ lifetime. From day 0, maybe within day 42, they are coming to the market. The chicken කෙනෙක් ඉපදුනොත් තව දවස් 42කින් අද ඉඳලා එයාව market එකට දාන්න පුළුවන්. So based on that, they have divided their growing stages into 3 levels, like starter, grower, and finisher. Based on that, they have named the feed also the same category: starter feed, grower feed, and finisher feed, something like that. This is not exactly like 0 to 10, but this depends on the time and the management, because start and grower feeds are very expensive. Therefore, they are trying to minimize that stage and try to increase the later stages. So that's why we have seen this kind of different stages, because the poultry feeds are very expensive and you need to provide all the required things. For an example, amino acids, because they need all the essential amino acids and all the other vitamins and minerals they are. You can see this is the food protein level. So this is about 22 to 25, 21 to 23 for the grower, and 19 to 23. The price of this feed, price එක feed එකේ මිල depend වෙන්නේ මෙන්න මේ food protein. එහෙම නැත්නම් protein content එක ගන්න. Initial stage, that's why I told you the initial stage feeds are very expensive because their protein content is very high compared to the finish or the latter stage, because these amino acids or the amino acids are very expensive. Then the drinking system. In order to provide the water, they should have unlimited access to clean, fresh, quality drinking water all the time. We call unlimited in specific term ad libitum, or maybe you can restrict කරන්න දෙන්න පුළුවන් access එක on කරන්න දෙන්න. In addition, the water temperature should be about 15 to 21 Celsius degrees. It should not be too high or too low, should be on the recommended level. So you can provide the drinkers like this, or maybe this kind of nipple drinkers. So they will use to these kind of nipples or these kind of drinkers based on the farming system or the farm management. Since they are very young, they will use to these kind of systems. පොඩි කාලේ ඉඳලා ඔක්කොම උරු කරන්න ඕනේ මේ සත්තුන්ට. නැත්තම් වෙන්නේ මේ සත්තු වතුර බොන එක ඈත් වෙනවා, වතුර බොන එක අයින් වෙච්ච ගමන් වෙන්නේ dehydrate වෙනවා. Eventually they will die. Therefore, you have to provide water all the time to these birds, so they will have the access to water throughout the day. So this is the litter management. So the materials that we usually or the commonly use for the litter, the husk of paddy, the groundnut hulls, the sand, the sawdust, wood shaving, coir peat, the chopped straw. So we can use even sand for the litter, and the total height at least 2 inches or maybe 5 centimeters, and it should keep, as I mentioned earlier, should keep dry as much as possible. So I think as one student said, it's usually advisable to rake, mix every day in the morning, or if it is more wet, you have to take them out and either to the slightly taken for the cage. Then the lightning, we have to provide a light. It's like 16 to 8, which means you have to provide light at least 16 hours per day and turn off lights for 8 hours. So they need the natural daylight plus artificial lighting for their growth purposes, and they need to find the feed and water. And you can have, for an example, a 60-watt bulb that will cover about 10 square meter area. Because eventually we want to facilitate or enhance their feed intake and improve growth rate. So the research has shown that provide light, maybe 10, 12, 15, 16, maybe even maybe 17, 18, will provide more access to feed and it will enhance the growth rate of those animals. But not 24 hours. But maybe at least up to 16 hours we have to provide light source, and it will enhance the feed intake and growth rate of these animals. So this table summarizes what are the vaccination and disease control protocol for broiler animals. For an example, as soon as they hatch, we have to give them a vaccine that is called Marek's disease. So if you are not going to provide this vaccine, so eventually you will get the disease and it will affect the overall production of that farm. Therefore, it should make sure you are going to buy from somewhere else, any other hatchery, you have to make sure that they have given the Marek's vaccine. And for the 5th day, 14 to 16 day, 28 day, it depends on the requirement or the length that you are going to rear the animal. You have to have this vaccine for these animals. ඔයාලා මේක මතක තියාගන්න ඕනේ නෑ මම කියන්නේ මෙහෙමයි කියලා. නමුත් just idea එකක් ගන්න මෙන්න මේ වගේ ඒවා මේ සතුන්ට දෙන්න අවශ්‍යයි. මේ සතුන්ගේ health එක අපි maintain කරගන්න ඕන. Okay. So you don't have to remember everything, but at least try to kind of remember what are the main type of vaccines that we have to have, at least 3-4 vaccines throughout their life. Because life means they are just have about 5 to 6 weeks of health life, but total life lifespan. So we have to have these vaccines. Then next move on to the processing part. So for the broiler processing, we have to select the good quality birds and we have to inspect. Antemortem inspection means before they are slaughtering, you have to observe those animals and see whether they are in good condition. If they have some diseases, if they are feeling sick, you are not going to take those animals for the slaughtering or the processing firms. They should be very calm and relaxed, and they should be kept in these kind of boxes with very good ventilation, and it will enhance their calmness and relaxation and before they are going for the processing or the slaughtering purposes. The next thing is, for an example, if you are planning to slaughter them, slaughter කියලා කියන්නේ සත්තු මරනවා කියන එක, නැත්නම් kill කරනවා කියන එක. scientific term එකක් විදිහට use කරන science වලදී slaughtering කියලා. So you have to starve them at least 8 to 12 hours. ඒ කියන්නේ අපි සත්තුන් දැන් අපි හිතන්න හෙට දේ 6ට තමයි ඒගොල්ලන්ව slaughter කරන්න ආරයි යන්නේ. එහෙනම් අද හවස් 6 වෙද්දී or at least රෑ 10 වෙද්දීවත් we have to stop giving food for them. We have to provide water all the time, regardless of slaughtering time, but no foods are given. That is the main reasons. There are a few main reasons. First thing is it will decrease the breaking of digestive tract. If we are slaughter කරනකොට ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ digestive tract එක break වෙන්න පුළුවන් ඒක නවත්තන්න. In addition, if something happened to the digestive tract, for example, just think the digestive tract can break during the slaughtering, and whatever the things inside the digestive tract, the digestive tract can have lots of hazards. For example, microorganisms, maybe some toxins, it will contaminate the meat. In addition, the reduced to feed wastage, because we know we are going to kill them tomorrow morning. So there is no point of giving feed for them because we will not get any benefit from that feed. අපි දැන් හෙට උදේ සතා මරනවා කියන එක ෂුවර් නම් අපිට අද දුන්නා කියලා කෑම ඒ කෑම වලින් ඒ සතාගේ growth එකට මොකුත් වෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඒ සතාගේ ඕන බඩගිරේ ඒ වෙලාවට ඒ සතාගේ maintenance එක කරගන්නේ එච්චර. ඒක නිසා අපි cost එක අඩු කරගන්න සාමාන්‍ය පැය 8ක් 12කට ඉස්සෙල්ලා ඒ සතාට කෑම දෙනවා. In addition, it will facilitate evisceration. Evisceration කියලා කියන්නේ taken out of internal parts, specifically the digestive tract and associated organs. As evisceration කියන එකත් අපි පාවිච්චි කරන term එකක්. ඒගේ ඇතුලේ තියෙනවා digestive tract. ආහාර ජීර්ණ පාත්‍රිසා ඒ ආශ්‍රිත දේවල් එළියට ගන්න එක තමයි evisceration. In addition, it will reduce the waste treatment cost. Because if you feed them before slaughtering, they will eat more, there will be more wastage, and you have to have a treatment after slaughtering those animals for those waste that generated during the slaughtering process. So you have to have very low cost maintenance during these processes. Therefore, you have to reduce the feed, or you have to starve the animals, and you have to facilitate easy evisceration and reduce the wastage treatment cost. And water should be available all the time, as you mentioned. Then what you have to do is you have to catch those animals, and you can use these kind of crates to transport animals from one place to another place. Because there are some farms, they don't have slaughtering facilities. And some farms, ඒ සත්තු බොයිලර්ස්ලා හදනවා විතරයි. ඒ සත්තු එතන අපි මරන්නේ නැහැ, ස්ලෝටර් කරන්නේ නැහැ. ඒක නිසා ඒ සත්තුන් අරන් යන්න ඒ වගේ ක්‍රේට්ස් අපි යූස් කරලා ඔයගොල්ලෝ ඕන තරම් දැකලාදී පාරේ යනවා ලොරියකට වගේ ඒ වගේ ක්‍රේට්ස් වල දාන්න. In addition, the catching of birds should be done in the morning or evening or night. ගොඩක් ලාට ඒ සත්තුම ට්‍රාන්ස්පෝර්ට් කරන එකයි අල්ලන එකයි රැට උදේට තමයි කරන්නේ දවල්ට කරන්න එකක් ටෙම්පරේචර් එක වැඩි ඒ සත්තුන්ට අපි හොඳට පේනකොට ඒගොල්ලෝ ඇග්‍රෙසිව් වෙනවා ඒගොල්ලෝ ස්ට්‍රෙස් වෙනවා ඒක නිසා ගොඩක් ලාට අපි ඒක කරන්නේ නැහැ මොකද අපි මේවා ක්‍රේට්ස් පාවිච්චි කරලා ඒගොල්ලෝ ට්‍රාන්ස්පෝර්ට් කරනවා. So this is how they catch birds. You have to have their shank. ඒගොල්ලෝ shank එක කියලා මම ඉස්සෙල්ලා කියන්නේ මෙන්න මේ කකුල් දෙකට උඩින් තියෙන කොටස ඒ හරිය අල්ලලා තමයි ඒගොල්ලන්ම so you can easily transport them. And also you have to raise the waterers and feeders before catching the animals. Feed waste and water waste and hinda the waterers feeders ඔක්කොම උඩට උස්සලා ඉවරලා තමයි මේ සතුන් අපි හොල්ලාගෙන යන්නේ. We should not use this kind of transportation method for the birds. Of course, yes, we are going to kill them or slaughter them. සත්තු අපි අරයි යනවා තමයි ස්ලෝටර් කරන්න නැත්නම් මස්සට මේවා කරන්න. We should never do this because it is more stressful to them. It is not good welfare. The animal welfare ethics ඒ පැත්තට හිතලා මේ වගේ transportation එකක් කරන්න එපා කියලා. දැන් මේ වගේ transport කරන ගොඩක් අඩුයි. අපේ රටවල අමුත් ඉස්සර මේ වගේ methods පාවිච්චි කරලා තියෙනවා. So then after loading, so you have to move the vehicle in order to facilitate the ventilation. You can අපි හොඳට ඒගොල්ලන්ට air circulation එකක් දෙන්න ඕනේ. එහෙම නැත්නම් ඒගොල්ලෝ stress වෙන අඩු කරගන්න. ඒක නිසා ගොඩක් වෙලාවට මේ වගේ crates අර space තියෙනවා තමයි use කරන්නේ. In addition, we should transport them, as I mentioned you, maybe in the morning, early morning, or maybe the night. You can choose the full part of the day. It facilitates to reduce the death rate and increase the meat quality of those animals. Then the unloading process also should be done very carefully. And sometimes most of the areas they spray some water because they have been transporting from one place to another place. Therefore, they spray some water, make them more comfortable before start slaughtering process. Also, we provide this kind of fans to provide ventilation purposes. So they have different. This is the what you call different trucks. They have different air circulatory systems or operated cooling system and ventilation system inside the farms as well to provide more comfort for those animals before the slaughtering process. So this is kind of a similar picture of cartoon showing you how they are transported into the slaughtering place or the slaughtering factory. After transporting them, what they usually do is they do immobilization of those animals. What they do is they hang birds in these kind of what do you call the shackles. So ඒගොල්ලෝ අර කකුල් දෙකේ අර ෂෑක් එකයි නියපොතු අතරයි තියෙන කොටස් එක ඒගොල්ලෝ එහෙම එල්ලලා දෙනවා. ඒකට ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ අර يعني එක සත්තු ගැටිලා හැප්පිලා නෙමෙයි බෲස් එහෙම කියන්නේ තුවාල වෙන ඒවා කිසිම දෙයක් වෙන්නේ නැහැ. In order to reduce that one, they use this shank and they hang them upside down. මේ line එකේ තමයි ඊට පස්සේ ඒගොල්ලෝ අතුලට යන්නේ. This is the shank that the shackles that they used to hang. They are coupled in the acid upside down. So the next step is stunning. So what we usually do is we want to make them unconscious. Again, unconscious karana ekol sihiya nathi karana. Api wage adahasක් තමයි එතන. And stunning කියලා. So we have to use different methods to stunt or make them unconscious. We can use killing corns that is basically suitable for smaller plants or electrical stun. We can have electric, otherwise we call it a voltage, high voltage or low voltage for stun them. So we can use different methods, the manual stunning or electrical stunning, to kind of make them more unconscious, that is to facilitate slaughtering process and increase the welfare. But one more thing, I think you might have heard the word halal. Specific, the people belong to or the following the religion Islam, they don't do eat, I think, non-halal meat. If I am correct, you can correct me if I am wrong. So they do not follow the step stunning when they are doing the slaughtering process. That's why they mention specifically this is halal certified. Those factories do not do the stunning process. They just go for the next step before after skipping this stunning process. Otherwise, you cannot say halal if it is not stunned during the process. So this is kind of a manual thing. You have a knife, you just hit the heart through the knife or through the brain, the heart, the brain. So then they will be stunted. This is other killing corns. These are also the killing corns. These are used for the small scale farms, for the large scale. These are different types of corns that they usually use for the killing purposes or the slaughtering purposes. You don't need to remember these names or anything, but depending on the size of the bird, the type of bird, you have to change that one. It may be a large one or a smaller one. It depends on the type of the bird or the size of the bird. So after stunning, so then they are kind of moving through. This is kind of electrical stunner. So they are moving through this stunner and then coming from the other side. So usually for chickens, they use about 120 milliampere voltage or the current to stun those animals. So they are coming through this one, the electrical stunner, and there is a knife that is charged electrically. You can operate it manually too. Manually, तो अगर आप एक use करना पड़ेगा, ये charge करना पड़ेगा ये purpose से. Then the bleeding stem. What we do is we cut the jugular vein and the carotid artery. Or bird aragena, the left side of the neck, the bird is cut with the knife. So then we let them to bleed. We should avoid cutting the esophagus or the fascia. උස්පගාන ශ්වාසනාලය හෝ ගලනාලය කියන කොලම් සම්පූර්ණ න්‍යාය කරන්නේ. ඒක එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක කරලා ගන්න සතාවෙලලා තියෙනවා left side එකේ ඉන්ඩිකුලර් vein එක අපි අරගෙන තෝ අපේ තියෙන ඒ vein එක ඒකට උඩට සම්පූර්ණ blood එක ආ යන්නේ. එතකොට මේ vein එක කැපුවට පස්සේ සම්පූර්ණයෙන්ම bleeding වෙන්න පටන් ගන්නවා. So what happens is during the bleeding time about 3 to 4% of body weight is blood will reduce because of the bleeding. And it is about 3 minutes. You can see there's a person like this. So animals are coming, they are stunned, they are already stunned, and they use a knife, they just cut the left side of the neck, that is to facilitate bleeding through the artery, the jugular vein or the carotid artery. So this is the correct position, just to kind of cut the arteries or the vein, and this is the brain. That is the place where you put the scanner in the side of the scanner, or you can just hit with the knife to this area with the electrical knife manually, then it will get stunned. Then the scalding process, that is to facilitate the removal of feathers. Scalding in a step, what we usually do is we take those animals and dip in a hot water bath. For an example, the temperature should be about 52 to 55 Celsius degrees, and maybe 15 to 30 seconds you put them in a hot water bath, and it will facilitate the removal of feathers. That is called scalding of those animals. This is what. This is the water bath. This is after bleeding. They just immerse in this water bath, and this is what you can see once they are inside the water bath. This is kind of agitating. Agitating kind of what's like happens is moving. The moving eka. Okay. So feather removal process after scalding. So the scalding process, then the feather removal, you can use your hand to remove the feathers manually, or you can use the mechanical way. So drum plucker or spine type, I can show you them, and it will remove the feathers of the body. So these kind of pluckers, you put the animals, you can have those animals inside these pluckers, and then it will remove all the feathers. They come out without feathers. Plucker, rotator, rotator, satagi, feathers to galivida, scaling karaneka, submerged pelabian. This is also kind of a rotary plucker. Once you are done with everything, this is immersing in a hot water, and then just put in this plucker, and then it's kind of rotating, and then all the feathers will be removed. Then we go for the next step, that is the washing the carcass. What they usually do is we wash with water, that is to remove the dirt and feathers, and then go for the post-mortem inspection. You can see any bruises, you want to see any other diseases, anything, you just inspect at this step. And if you find any abnormalities, you take them out. Then the evisceration, what we are going to do is to take out the internal organs. What you do is you cut around the vent area, the backside, and cut the keel bone, the front bone, and insert your fingers and pull the internal organs out. You can do by machine as well. You can take out all the internal parts, and you can have some other sections. For an example, neck, heart, liver, and gizzard. We call them giblet. ඔයගොල්ලෝ broiler සම්පූර්ණ chicken කෙනෙක් අරගෙන තියෙනවා නම් ඔයගොල්ලෝ දැකලා තියෙන shopping cover එක වගේ දාලා තියෙන කොටස් කිහිපයක්. So which includes the heart, liver, and gizzard. We call it giblets. Common way we call it giblets. The main three organs are heart, liver, and gizzard. In some cases, they put neck as well. සමහර වෙලාවට සමහර process වල neck එකක් දාලා තියෙනවා. නමුත් mainly giblets එක කියලා අපි කියන්නේ heart එකයි, liver එකයි, gizzard එකයි. ඒකත් කන්න දානවා, but digestive tract එක they take it out.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
So වටණය කියලා කියන්නේ මොකක්ද?
ඒක නම් හරියටම දන්නේ නැහැ සිංහල නෑම එක මොකක්.
සර් මේ ඒකේ අර වැලි ගල් ඉන වැලි ගල් එකක් මේක
ඒක එහෙනම් crop එක වෙන්නද ඔය කියන්නේ. ඒක මෙතන නෑ crop එක කියන්නේ ඒක. ඒක මම කියන්නේ මේකට chicken broth මම image එක දැක්කම ඔයාලට පෙන්නන්නම් ඒක. මෙන්න මෙතන හරියට පැහැදිලි නෑ. These birds have a specific place here. It's called the crop. ඒකට පොඩි ඉදිමිච්ච ගතියක් තියෙනවා crop එක කියලා. ඊට අමතරව ඔයගොල්ලෝ අහනද මම හිතන්නේ ඔය මේ ඒක වෙන්න ඇතුව මේ ආශය වගේ තියෙන කොටස් වෙන්න ඇතුව කියන්නේ ඔයගොල්ලන්. ඒක තමයි ඔය එකතු වෙන එක මෙතනත් crop එක බෙල්ල තියෙන චූටි part එකක්. ඒකෙත් එකතු වෙන ඔය ගල් කෑලි හරි මොනවා හරි එහෙම කියන්නේ.
ඒකට කියන්නේ සර් ගොජුරු කියලා නේද?
මෙතන ගොජුර කියලාද කියන්නේ crop එක සිංහලෙන්. එහෙනම් වටනේ කියන්නේ. මම මේ හරියටම සිංහල ටර්ම් එක දන්නේ නැහැ. ඒක sorry. නමුත් මෙතන මේ ඊට අමතරව ආමාශය වගේ තියෙන කොටසේ ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ ගල් බොක්ක කියලා එහෙම කියනවා. මම හරියටම දන්නේ නැහැ. මේ එන්න එතන වෙන්න තියෙනවා ඔය කියන්නේ. මට හිතෙන විදිහට. මම ඒක හරියටම බලලා කියන්නේ. මේක මම හිතන්නේ අර වාක්‍ය ගොජුර වෙන්න ඇති. මම හරියටම මේ සිංහල ටර්ම්ස් කියනවා. අනේ sorry. මේක තමයි මෙතන අපි සාමාන්‍ය කියන්නේ crop එක කියලා. ඊට අමතරව
ඒකට නේද?
ඒක තමයි මම කිව්වා අර එහෙම වචනයක් පාවිච්චි කරනවා කියලා. මම හරියටම මේක ඉංග්‍රීසි සිංහල ටර්ම් එක දන්නේ නැහැ. ඒ කියන්නේ ඊට පස්සේ මේ proventriculus ventriculus කියලා තියෙනවා මේ හරිය. ඒතකොට ඒවැය එකතු වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඔය වැලි බොක්ක කියලා කියන්නේ ඕක වෙන්න ඇති මම හිතන්නේ. අර ගොජ්ජු මේක ගොජ්ජුර කියලා කියනවා නම්. ඕකේ මම ඒක බලලා කියන්න හරියට. මම හරියටම දන්නේ නැහැ මේ සිංහල ටර්ම් එක. very slowly. Okay, so this is then after what you call the removal of all the gizzard and everything. So the next step is you can take out the head. So they will cut the head of those animals and the legs. You can do it manually or mechanically. So me hari step එක විදිහට ඕනේ ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ ඒ head එක කැපිලා ඉන්න ඊට පස්සේ legs එකක් දෙන්නේ අපලා අයින් කරන්න යනවා වෙන්නේ. So this is kind of picture. I don't know whether it is clear or not. So the showing the evisceration of those animals, the taking out of internal organs. So this is a machine showing a vent opening. So you can do it manually. You can take them out using machine. In the modern era, so they use almost all the machines. But at the small levels, you can have to have your manual skilled laborers for these purposes. This is how they comes out after cutting the legs and their head or the neck part. This is the harvesting of giblets. So in some cases, you can find these giblets inside the body of those animals, or in some supermarket, they sell them separate. So you can buy liver separately, heart separately, and other sections separately, even necks. So once we are done with all the things, what we have to do is we have to chill the carcass and the giblets. Chill we have to store temperature. Otherwise, it will start deteriorating because of the microbial activity. So for the chilling purposes, we can use different methods. You can do air or water chilling, or you can use carbon dioxide or liquid nitrogen. They use different methods for the chilling or the temperature. They use different methods. So you don't need to remember all the things, but at least try to remember different steps or the main steps throughout this broiler processing in a normal factory or the broiler processing farm. So at the end of the day, what they usually do is they will come as a whole chicken, or maybe half chicken, or maybe they will cut into different parts, legs, breast, or maybe feathers. Feathers means the other areas, and maybe thigh area. So they cut in different methods, and then they sell the market for the supermarket. As I mentioned, the giblets usually wrapped in a plastic wrap, then placed in a body cavity, and they can do the grading, and they do whatever the observations and everything, and then take them into the market. This is kind of a packaging materials. They have different packaging materials. So we have seen that value addition of this meat, as for an example, portioning of those meat. This is kind of enhance the value addition. It will enhance the quality of meat through, because for an example, if you see an animal with lots of bruises, lots of damages, some parts, but you can cut those parts and take them out, and you can sell other areas. Some market high price whole chicken කෙනෙක් විතර විකුණන්න බැරි කොටස් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඒවා කොටස් විදිහට කපලා හොඳ කොටස් ටික විතර වෙනම දාලා value added කරා කියලා විකුණන්න පුළුවන්. In addition, it will save customer time, because some people prefer to eat only legs or the drumstick, or some people eat breast area because it has more meat, or some people eat the leg or the thigh area. So therefore, based on that, they will buy from the market. Therefore, it is very good to have those kind of different options for the customer. So this is kind of a whole chicken. So I think you might have seen everywhere this kind of thing. This is we call whole chicken or the whole poultry. So then these kind of different cuts. This is the breast area. This is more expensive in other countries. I'm not sure about the other country. For an example, in America, so they are the most valuable part is breast of these animals, because it's high meaty, high protein, and less fat. And the drumstick and thigh, this is basically they use for the barbecue purposes. The prices are relatively low compared to the breast. Tenderloins are very expensive. And these wing tips and these areas are expensive because they use for the barbecue purposes. However, in Sri Lanka, I think the drumstick are very expensive even compared to the breast and other areas, to the best of my knowledge. And these are the giblets, the liver, heart, gizzard, the other areas. This is not the breast, this is the neck. Sorry about that one. Okay, so before going to that, I think I have a video. I can show that to you. Let's see whether I think you might have seen those kind of things, but still I will try to show you the people who have not seen. ඔයගොල්ලන්ට පේනව නේද මේ මොකක් හරි වීඩියෝ එකක් ඉමේජ් එකක් විදියට නැද්ද?
ඔව් සර්.
පේනවා.
මම ප්ලේ කරන්න. ඔතන තමයි අර අපි අර බිල ෂැකල් එකෙන් එල්ලලා තියෙන එක ඔය තියෙන්නේ. ඇහෙනවනම් මම කියන එක.
ඔව් සර්.
ඔතනින් එනකොට ඒගොල්ලෝ ගොඩක් ලාට ස්ටාර්ට් වෙලා එන අවස්ථාවක් ඔය තියෙන්නේ. ඔය තියෙන අර මම කිව්ව වෝටර් බාත් එක වගේ ස්කේල්ඩ් පර්පසස් එකට ඒගොල්ලෝ මේ දාලා they usually keep for about 10 to maybe 15 to 30 seconds only. Otherwise, it will kind of damage the skin of those birds. So you can see that person is trying to take off those feathers. You can, if feathers are at down, just carry them. A normal chicken now you cannot take those feathers off. You have to pull them hard, but now it's very easy. You can take them off through your hands. So next they are coming through a flucker. You can see the feathers are kind of moving here and there. So which means that is coming through the flucker. So the drum flucker or a mirror machine flucker. So they are taking off most of the feathers. So you can see it now just coming out without any feathers. So still they have their shank and they are hanging with that shackle. So after that, I think they will start evisceration process and taking off whatever the remaining necks and so you can see they use a knife and they cut through the vent. So then the next person can pull whatever the organs inside the body. Okay, you can see somebody is taking them out. So you can see that one too. So they pull them off from their bodies, all the internal organs, including the digestive tract and other parts. And the legs are removed. So the washing part and then the draining and then they come out from the machine. So that's kind of a whole process. So as per the requirements, so you can cut them or you can just sell them as whole chicken. So that's what happens normally in a broiler processing farm. I think you might have seen those kind of things in other social media or YouTube. You can find those kind of videos. You'd like to further observe those kind of things. Okay, so the next one is the layer management. And layer management, layers means the ones who are reared for eggs purposes. So based on their stage, like for an example, if you can remember the broilers, we had 3 stages. Likewise here, so they have 3 stages: the chick stage, growing stage, and laying stage. So we start and go and finish for the broilers, but for the layers, that is called chick stage, growing stage, and laying stage. So basically, you can see until 8 weeks, we call them chicks, and 8 to 18, we call them growing, and after that, we usually call them layers. But the thing is, basically, we can have them for about 72 weeks, because after that, still they will lay eggs. But the thing is, they are not economical. Because for an example, අපි දැන් සති 18 විතර පස්සේ ඒගොල්ලෝ පටන් ගන්නවා විතර දින කරලා දාන්න පටන් ගන්න ලේන් ස්ටේජ් එක පටන් ගන්නවා. ඒ පටන් ගත්තට පස්සේ ඒකෝ සති 72ක් විතර යනකම් කිසි ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැතුව හොඳට විතර සාමාන්‍ය අපේ ටාගට් එක. Our target is to have at least 300 eggs per year. But what happens is after 72, maybe even earlier, they start decreasing the number of eggs laid per year or per particular period. So what happens is then the management or the poultry management will decide to sell them for meat. So it's kind of a profitable. So that's why it is good to have a kind of a dual purpose ones. Initially you can get eggs and later you can have a very good meat content as well. But even still the players who are using for their management will be set up as meat for the people. So when it comes to chicken, so one of the first thing that the producers do is the trimming of the beak. This is kind of a painless operation that is done to reduce the cannibalism. Cannibalism means the small chicks try to attack each other, try to fight with each other and damage the other. Because there are some chicks, they are very aggressive, they are very strong, very active. They go and hit the other chicks. They start damaging and they start bleeding and then eventually they will die. Therefore, what they usually do is they treat their beak by trimming. In addition, it will reduce the wastage of food or the feed because of scattering. Therefore, after maybe 7 to 10 days of time, so they do the beaking or the trimming. So this is how they do it. So they cut the pointed area or take out that pointed area of that machine. So putting their beak into this machine, or then you can use other the manual equipments to cut the meat because it is very gelatinous and very soft. At the initial, maybe first few weeks, 1-2 weeks, and then you can easily cut them off. The next thing, like the broilers, you have to keep these chicks as long as they need the extra heat, and then you can transfer them to the growing houses. You have to have different rations like broilers. Not like broilers because you don't much things because they are like a longer time.
Somebody told me he take to cube, no cube like that. It's correct.
Cube means the shape of the body or the.
No, it's used to the small chicks used to made for no cube like that.
Oh, something like that because even I don't know here, but in other countries, even they eat these small chicks because they make soup. You don't need to kind of like the broilers or are very tiny. They are very soft. One day old chicks, you take them and then put them in a soup and you can drink it. It's very kind of I never had, but the one who had told me it's very tasty and very kind of chewy and very kind of what do you call one of the best drinks in some other countries. But some people, because for an example, there are some times in the year you don't have high demand for layers or for broilers, or maybe the prices are going down. So what they usually do is they sell these things to other people if they want to rear or any other kind of purpose. But I am kind of not well aware about whether they are using these animals to prepare those kind of things, those kind of soup. Soup kata කියන එක නේ no soup කියන එක වගේ නේද ඔයා කියන්නේ commercial name එකෙන් තියෙන. ඒ වගේ අදහසක්ද?
එයාලා කිව්වේ blend කරලා අරගෙන ඒ කියන්නේ සාමාන්‍ය
Yes,
blend.
yeah, I am not sure 100%. I am not sure whether they are using those kind of things, but in other countries, of course, they can be used because they can be grinded without any issue. ඒගොල්ලෝ දැන් අරගොල්ලෝ වගේ ප්‍රශ්නයක් නෑ. ඒගොල්ලෝ bones එක හයිය නෑ, soft නේ තියෙන්නේ. ඒගොල්ලන්ට meat use කරන්න ඕන නම් මොනවාරි හදාගන්න මේගොල්ලන්ගේ use කරන්න පුළුවන්. කියන්නේ ආයෙ සුද්ධ කරන්න කියලා කිසිම දෙයක් නෑ. මේකම දාලා ටක් ගාලා grind කරලා ගන්න පුළුවන්. එහෙම කරනවා ඇති මම දන්නේ ඔය කියන කම්පැනි වලින් හරි ඒවා කරනවා. ඒකේම සීමා අවබෝධයක් නෑ ඇත්තටම. But there is a possibility in other countries they are kind of using these whole animals just for soup. They just bring it, make a soup. Because you can buy it from the market. Market එකේ තියෙන ඕන තරම් buy කරලා මොකද මේක very soft. මේක මැරුණාට පස්සේ කියන්නේ අනපින් දානවා කියන එක නෙමෙයි මම කියන්නේ. ඒක කියන්නේ methods වලින් ඒගොල්ලෝ freeze කරලා තියෙනවා. ඒගොල්ලන්ට අරගෙන ඕන නම් ඒක soup හදාගෙන එහෙම කරන්න පුළුවන්. No issues. But I am not sure whether they are grinding these animals for specifically preparing those different the flavors or anything. But in the market, you can find the same thing with different flavors. You can flavor එක add කරන්න පුළුවන් artificial flavor එකයි. ඒතකොට ඒගොල්ලෝ ඇත්තටම මේගොල්ලෝ grind කරලා අරගෙන ගන්නවා කියලා මම නම් personally හිතන්නේ නැහැ. But කරන්නත් පුළුවන්. මම ඒක 100% reject කරන්නෙත් නැහැ. කරන්න පුළුවන්. නමුත් මම දන්නේ ලංකාවේ කොහොමද කියලා. ඒත් අවශ්‍ය නම් කරන්න පුළුවන් ඇති. තරමේ. නමුත් ඊට අමතරව ඊට වඩා cheap ඒගොල්ලන්ට artificially මේ අරගෙන කරන එක තේරෙනවා. ingredients. And I can say extra step because animal welfare, ethics and everything, they usually do not allow to kill these young animals. Even though we eat them after 6 or 7 weeks, but still the young ones, they kind of highly concerned about their ethics and welfare. Therefore, the big companies, the multinational companies, I don't think because they are frequently inspected, and I am not 100% sure whether they are doing such kind of thing. Then the grower stage. Yeah. So during the grower stage is one of the most important stage because you need to keep records about their body weight, their feed intake, the water intake, the amount of light that you offer, the vaccination process, mortality rates, because those are the ones after 18, 19 weeks will be turned into layers. layer එකකට පත් වෙන්නේ සති 20 වගේ වෙනකොට ආසන්න. ඒක නිසා මේ හැම රෙකෝඩ් එකක්ම මෙන්න වැදගත්. Once if they see any low performing animal, they take them out. The term that we use for that kind of a thing we call cull. Culling them. Culling කරනවා කියලා අපි කියන්නේ ඒකයි. cull කරනවා කියන්නේ ඒගොල්ලෝ ඒ flock එකේ ඉන්න group එකේ අයින් කරලා දානවා කියන එක. I don't know what would happen in general in other countries. They just kill them and then bury them, or maybe just sell them for meat or any other purposes. But in our country, I'm not sure what they are doing. But maybe the same thing they will be using for meat, because it's no point of taking care of those animals if they are deformed, if they are not eating well, they are not drinking well, they have some diseases. They are not going to keep them with their flock. They just take them out. So the main thing is feeding during the growing stage is to have a body frame that is desirable for laying. So basically, by the 18th week, usually they start laying eggs at the commercial level. Therefore, we are kind of aiming that 18 weeks of age to have a well-developed, optimum type of layer or layer chicken to have or start the laying purpose of the farm. So these are the kind of feeding patterns or the feeding schedules based on their age. So what is the amount of things that they need, and everything is given here. You don't need to remember anything. Just to give you some idea, it depends on the type of species or the animals and type of screen එක මොකක් හරි වුණාද?
chart එක පේන්නේ sir.
ඔයගලන්ට පේනවනේ නැද්ද? පේන්නේ නැවතුණාද?
පේනවා sir chart එකක් විතර.
හරි. Okay. So the light is also very important. This is just to kind of stimulate the sexual development and egg production of those animals. And also kind of when the light is very good and it's very kind of available, the birds become very active. They start consuming more food. And what happens is they stimulate the pituitary gland to release the hormones for ovulation purposes. Therefore, in this case, we usually go for about 17 to 18 hours of light per day for the layers. So basically, the layer stage means from the week 18 to 72 weeks of age. So during this period, the main target is at least to get 300 eggs per year from one layer chicken.
Excuse me, sir. Slides are not moving.
Oh, they are not moving? Okay. So now it's okay?
Now okay.
Okay. Sorry about it. Yeah. Okay. So from the for the layers, so as I mentioned earlier, so basically the most important stage is week 18 to week 2. That is basically called the layer stage. So the main target is at least to have 300 eggs per year from one layer. So what we have to do is we have to maintain a very good housing system, a feeding and watering system, a very good lighting program, judging and culling. Judging means you have to judge. You have to observe the animals. You have to select, oh, these are the good animals or these are the bad animals. If they are very bad, deformed, no laying eggs or something wrong with those animals, you have to take them out. That is called culling and eventually the handling of eggs. So for the layers, similar to the broilers, we have different rearing system. First one, the top one is called the deep litter system. So like we are provide them a bedding material and we rear them on a litter, that bedding material. Or we can have this kind of slated or battery cages system. මේ වගේ අපි දාලා තියෙන පොඩි කීපයක් කුසින් ගහපු floor එක අපිට සතුරයා කරන්න පුළුවන්. එහෙම නැත්නම් ඒක slated floor එකක්. මොකද එතකොට ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ urine ඊට පස්සේ ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ feces ඔක්කොම මේක හරහා වැටෙනවා. Or we can have this kind of battery cages. Still, you can collect all the feces and urine from the bottom. In the deep litter system, you have to have a very well cleaned, disinfected, well ventilated system, and you can maintain the litter maybe up to 4 to 6 inch, not like the broilers. Broilers maybe we will go maximum up to 2 to 5 to 4, actually 2 to 4 inches. So you have to provide very good space for those animals. For the broilers, we say there are different recommendations for the small ones, the large ones. But for these ones, you have to have at least 1 square meter for 4 to 5 birds. And one of the main advantage of deep litter system is we need very less capital for the maintenance purposes. For this kind of system, initial capital cage system flow system only concern is you have to provide the litter and water and feeds. But here you have to have a well structured flow system or cage system, and your initial capital is very high compared to the deep litter system. But the problem is deep litter system is kind of this system, the eggs are laid onto this litter. What happens is the eggs become dirty, which means there will be some solid eggs and maybe some diseases as well. For the slated flow system, one of the main advantages is can provide high stocking density than the deep litter system. Also, less capital compared to the cage system. මේකට සාපේක්ෂව මේකේ capital එක less. මොකද මේකේ අපි specifically cages උත් හදන්න. ඒක පොඩි disadvantage එක මේක initially, but long term depends on the requirement of the farm or the availability of the laborers and everything. This is the battery cage system. So what they do is they keep animals or the birds inside the cage, and they have access to feed and water here, and the floor is slanted, a little slant, and what happens is once the eggs is laid by the bird, it will automatically roll over to this collecting area. So without damaging the egg and without any contamination or anything, they can easily collect the eggs from this egg. So it is very convenient, easy to clean, and you don't need any nest boxes or any boxes to facilitate or enhance the what you call egg laying process. So these are the nest boxes. Then අපි අර සාමාන්‍ය අර විදිහට යනවා නම් අපි කියන්නේ deep litter system එකකට වගේ යනවා නම් you have to provide this kind of nest boxes. If the animals see these kind of boxes only, they will enhance the laying process. මේ වගේ box එකක් දැක්කොත් තමයි ඒගොල්ලෝ ගිහලා විතර දාලා ඊට පස්සේ එතනින් අයින් වෙලා යන්නේ. එහෙම පොඩ බ්‍රූඩිනස් එකක් මේව කරන්නේ නැහැ. ඉතින් ඒගොල්ලෝ individual nest boxes side එකක තියලා තියනවා. ඔයගොල්ලෝ දැකලා ඇති ගොඩක් වෙලාවට ලොකු broiler හරි layer farm එකකට ගියා නම් මේ වගේ nest boxes තියෙනවා. But in this case, you don't need that nest boxes. This is also kind of a cage. They feel like they are in a nest or the nest boxes. So they just lay eggs and they eventually they can collect it from here. So basically, the feeding and watering, you have to be very focused, specifically the early stage of laying. maybe like 18 to 35 weeks of age, because that is very critical. If you kind of follow any restrictions in feeding and watering, it will eventually affect the egg production of those animals. Therefore, you have to provide whatever the water and feed they require at optimum level during this critical period. And because of this, what you call layering of eggs, their nutrient requirement is really high, because through eggs, most of the nutrients are coming out from the body. Therefore, you have to have higher energy as well as higher food proteinous diet for these animals compared to the initial stages. For the eggs, the eggs එනකොට ඒ ගොඩක් ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ ඇඟේ තියෙන energy, vitamins, minerals ඔක්කොම eggs එකත් එක්ක එනවා. ඒක නිසා අපි පුළුවන් තරමක් ඒගොල්ලන්ට කෑම දෙන්න ඕනේ. පුළුවන් තරමක් කියන්නේ ඒගොල්ලන් අවශ්‍ය ප්‍රමාණයට දෙන්න ඕනේ. ඒවා restrict කරන්න හොඳ නැහැ. So this is pretty similar to the broilers. So you have to have a limited amount of feeds for these animals and water all the time for those animals. However, the latter part of the laying stage, maybe because we said after 42, maybe 45, you can start restricting feeding because they are used to the system. They usually lay eggs continuously. So one of the most important thing is you have to provide a calcium supplementation, because with eggs, most of the calcium will come out. I will show you, we will talk about the egg and the structure of the egg. So I can show you the formation of egg and everything. So during that period, so you have to have more calcium supplementation. That is to kind of compensate, because otherwise their bones will get weak, because most of the calcium from bones will be mobilized and will added. You have to have, similar to the broilers, the waterers, these kind of nipple drinkers as well as feeders for these animals. And you have to have a very good lighting practice, because if the day length is very low, which means egg production will go down. Therefore, if you can extend the light support, maybe until 16, 17 hours per day, it will enhance the egg production. Maybe because of eating more food and more active, and then eventually it will help to enhance the egg laying process. So this is the duration or the extension of the artificial light for those animals. You don't need to remember, but just try to remember providing light is important. That is to kind of stimulate or enhance the egg laying process. So there are different farms, they use different methods for the lighting purposes, but in general, you can use, for an example, one tube light to kind of provide sufficient light for 100 or 1,000 birds. So you can hang the lights maybe at least about 2 to 2.5 meters above the floor area, and you can provide them continuously till they require for enhancing that stimulation process. So as I mentioned, throughout these stages, for an example, initial stage, the grower and the lay stage, you have to inspect those animals. You have to have records of those animals, the amount of feed, maybe not individually, but in group wise, at least to have what is their total intake, or they are growing, what may be the body weight. Because if not, those animals are productive, you have to take them out. So you don't need to wait until the egg laying stage. If you observe the animals are weak, they are deformed, they don't eat much egg or everything, so you can just take them out and go with the remaining animals. So these are some characteristics of very good layer and bad layer. So you can compare different places of the animal: the comb, the wattles, the beak, the back, the vent area. So if the vent area is kind of a full, the large, and it's very moist, so we usually consider them as a good layer. But if it is very dry, very small, very wrinkled, so what you do is, okay, this is a poor layer, you have to take it out. And the back side should be broad and very straight. And if it is narrow, it's crooked, what you have to do is you have to take them out. Because you cannot correct them because it's almost about like 55, 72 kind of weeks that they are laying eggs. So what you have to do is you have to be very quick and identify the animals and take them out. They are not doing well in the flock. So this is kind of pictures showing you the good or the best birds. So the back or the vent area should be like this, very kind of a moist and well large and well developed. And this is kind of a not well because it's kind of very dry, it's like a wrinkle. That's not kind of a good characteristic of a good layer. That is just to observe, just to give you some idea. This is how the face as well as the wattles and combs should be appear. This is kind of wrinkles and very dry, so that is not good. So based on this characteristic, you can choose whether to keep these animals or take them out. So when you handle those eggs, what you have to do is you have to properly handle them. You have to maintain the quality and you have to minimize the damage. So you can practice several things. One thing is you can use this or the traces or the plastic ones or maybe wooden ones just to kind of collect and store those eggs. The other thing is you have to select the appropriate temperature to store those eggs. You should not store them under high temperature. It will start multiplication of the bacteria and other organisms, and it will eventually affect the quality and the shelf life of those eggs. So what you have to do is you have to frequently collect the eggs, at least 4 times a day, based on the availability of the laborers and everything. The farms manage those kind of efficiently. What you have to do is you have to collect as soon as possible and then store in a dry and cool place. Okay, so with that, I can conclude the poultry and related things. The remaining section that I want to cover is the egg and the egg formation and the quality of eggs. So do you need any break, maybe 10 to 15, or shall I continue until I finish maybe within half an hour or 45 minutes? What do you think?
Yeah, it is better to continue and stop.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so this is the last part of today's lecture. So what is an egg? So egg I think you all know about it. You have seen it and you have eaten it. So it is kind of a round or ovoid body that is laid by female of many animals. So if somebody asks you what is the definition of an egg, so that is kind of consisting of an ovum surrounded by layers of membranes and outer casing. So what it does is it acts to nourish and protect a developing embryo and its nutrient reserves. So if somebody kind of asks you to define it, you should have this kind of highlighted or underlined ones throughout the answer. I don't know whether you have a kind of written paper, maybe most probably you will have a multiple choice questions, but in somebody asks you kind of a question, it's kind of a round or ovoid body shape that is basically to nourish and protect the developing embryo and nutrient reserves. So this is kind of the process of formation of an egg. What happens is once the eggs are ovulated, it will collect by the infundibulum, that is the basic site for the fertilization. If that egg is met with the sperm, if not, it's basically comes and lay as eggs. Well, misunderstand කරගන්න එපා. egg එකක් කියන්නේ අපි කන eggs සාමාන්‍යයෙන් ගණන් කරන්න පුළුවන් 99.9%ක්ම fertilized වෙලා නැහැ. There is no life those eggs. That is only just the ovum of an female egg. ඒ එන විතරේ fertilized වෙලා නැහැ. හිතන්න එපා ජීවයක් තියෙනවා කියලා අපි කියන්නේ අර ඒක සමහර විදිහකට තියෙනවා බෞද්ධ පිටරකේ අර විතරනේ එහෙම කියන්නේ ඒ කියන්නේ ඒවැ ජීවයක් කියලා දෙයක් නැහැ. But in layer management practices they usually keep, for an example, 100 female birds to 1 male bird in ratio. That is just to stimulate egg laying process. මොකද මේ egg එකක් කියලා කියන්නේ අතර මේගොල්ලන්ගේ reproductive process එක. මොකද egg එකක් fertilize වුණොත් ඊළඟ step එකේ ඒගොල්ලන්ට පැටියෙක් කෙනෙක් එකනේ වෙන්නේ හරියට brood වෙලා ආවොත් එතකොට they have kept 1 or 2 male animals within that large flock of female animals. There will be 1 or 2 eggs with the fertilized eggs. සමහර විට එකක් දෙකක් තියෙනවා fertilization එක වෙලා අර පිරිමි සතාගේ sperm එක. But more than 99% it is sure that these eggs are unfertilized egg. They are just the egg. No any life inside that egg. So what happens is, so once the egg or the ovum is the release, it will collect by the infundibulum and it will start moving. So it has different places, kind of the sections of the tract. So you can see the infundibulum. Then the next section is called the magnum, the smut. So the magnum area starts secreting the albumin. The magnum is the infundibulum එකෙන් collect කරලා ගන්න. ඒක නිකන් funnel එකක්. Ovary එකෙන් release කරනවා egg එක, ටක් ගාලා අල්ල ගන්නවා infundibulum එක ඊළඟට. ඒ හරියේදී තිබ්බොත් sperm එක fertilize වෙන්නත් පුළුවන්. ඊට පස්සේ එතන ඉඳලා ඒක start කරනවා moving. Start moving towards the magnum. That's the next section. That is the place we can observe the kind of the first layers of albumin. The albumin එක ඔයගොල්ලන් මතකද අර white color අපි දකින protein තිය සුදු පාට කොටස විතරේ ඒක තමයි albumin කියලා කියන්නේ. ඒතර magnum එක හරියට තමයි first secrete වෙන්න පටන් ගන්න. Then it's further moving and around the areas of smut. We call it smut, the inner membrane and outer shell membrane and further albumin add. ඊට පස්සේ ඔයගොල්ලන් දකින්න පුළුවන් තව ටිකක් albumin add වෙනවා අර සුදු පාට කොටස protein එක කරටන් බුහම් පේන සුදු පාට නැත්නම් ඒක transparent. Then it comes and at the inner and outer shell membrane ඔයගොල්ලෝ දැකලා තියෙනවා පොඩි සිවියක් වගේ තියෙනවා. ඒ අර චූටි සිවිය වගේ සිවි වර්ග දෙකක් ඔයගොල්ලෝ කටුව විතර කඩලා බැලුවොත් විතරේ උඩත් තැම්බුවට පස්සේ එකක් සිවියක් තියෙනවා කටුවට ඇරිලක් තියෙනවා. So those are called the inner and outer shell membrane. මේ shell membrane එකේ හැදෙන මේවට තමයි අපි කියන්නේ ඒක හැදෙන smut area. Then it will move to the uterus. Uterus is the place you can see the shell and the pigments are added. Uterus, in that area, you can see the shell, appearance of the shell and the pigments to the egg. So that's the place you can see that one. So until here, you cannot see a shell. මේ හරියට නිකන් අර සුදු පාට හරි දුපුරු පාට කියන කටුව දකින්න හම්බෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඕගොල්ලන්ට මෙතෙන්ට එන්න. මේ හරිය එනකම්ම සාමාන්‍යයෙන් තියෙන්නේ අර මැද තියෙන එග් එක. අපි කියන්නේ යෝක් එක වගේ කොටසයි. ඊට අමතරව ඇල්බියුමින් එක සිප්පෙට් වෙලා තියෙනවා. ඊට පස්සේ අර සුදු පාට සිදිය වගේ දෙකක් තියෙනවා surrounding. Here is the place the shell is added, that is the uterus, and further albumin and if any pigments are added. Then what happens? It comes through the cloaca, the vagina and the cloaca. So our අපේ මනුෂ්‍යයන්ගේ වගේ තියෙන female reproductive වල චුට්ටක් වෙනස්. මෙතන ඒගොල්ලන් අපි cloaca එක කියලා කියන්නේ කෙලින්ම පිටරේ ඇවිල්ලා එළියට වැටෙන එක වෙන්නේ large intestine එකෙන් පස්සේ. ඒක තමයි මෙතන වෙන්නේ. So that's what happens here. So you don't need kind of remember all the things, but try to remember the egg will catch up by the infundibulum and then go to the magnum, then start secreting or adding albumin, then go to the sperm, further albumin added and the membranes are added, and in the uterus, the shell is added plus any pigments. So please remember those things. Maybe it may be a good question for the examination. So when it's come to the structure, the microscopic structure of the egg, so you can see it through the kind of identifiers you can observe. There are different shapes, sizes, and color. The shape is kind of, as I said, it's called the irregular or the ovoid shape. Because of the oval, so one is kind of a pointed, other one is flat. Therefore, it's not completely round, completely oval or the ovoid. It's kind of in between. That's why we call it ovoid. And the size can be varied. The largest egg you can find in ostrich, maybe about 1.5 kilogram minimum. And the smallest one is hummingbird. Maybe the size may be about 10 millimeters to 1.145 millimeters. So the normal egg, the chicken is very small, maybe 30, 40 grams or maybe 50, 60 grams in some cases, maybe 80 sometimes. But in ostrich, you can find maybe about 1.5 kilograms weight or the size of an egg. So these are the different sizes of different species. For an example, you can see the quails. The maximum weight or maybe average weight may be about 10 grams. Peacock, 100. Dark turkey, maybe 70 to 80. The chicken egg, the medium size or the large size ones, maybe around 50, 55 to 60. The guinea fowl may be about 40 grams in weight. So this is the kind of a cross section, the structure of the egg. So as you can see, so there, I don't know whether you have seen it. So when you kind of break an egg or maybe even boil an egg and cut it, when you see through the yellow or the yolk or the yellow part, you can see small dark black colored dot. That's called the germinal disc. And the other part is the yolk, the yellow color one. That's that section. And you can find two white color like thread-like thing either side. Thread වගේ නිකන් පොඩි නූල් නිකන් පණුව වගේ සුදු පාට නිකන් පණුව වගේ නිකන් අපි ඉස්සර මාතෘකාවට දෙන්න පුළුවන් නිකන් පණුවද කියලා. So those are called chalices. That those two are the ones that kind of stabilize if there is an embryo inside the egg. Those two kind of chalices will stabilize the embryo and avoid any kind of vibrations and damages to the developing embryo. Embryo එකෙන් තමයි embryo එක kind of protect කරන්න. මේ විතරේ ඇතුලේ හොඳට and then this is the albumin. So usually the white part. So we have the albumin and there is two membranes. There are two membranes actually. The one is the inner membrane ඔයගොල්ලෝ දැකලා ඇති විතරයක් තැම්බුවාම අර සුදු පාට සිහිය වගේ තියෙනවා. That is one of the membranes, the membrane. And the other one is the outer membrane that is attached to the shell. Shell එකෙත් එහෙම membrane එකක් තියෙනවා. So that is called outer membrane, and the inner membrane is here. And the area, if you observe the not the pointed part, the other part, the flattened area, you can see an air cell. Body cell එකක් වගේ නිකන් air pocket එකක් වගේ තියෙනවා. ඔයගොල්ලෝ දැකලා විතරක් කැඩුවාම ඔබට පේනවා. So that is the place the egg or the developing embryo kind of exchange air. එතන තමයි place එක ගොඩක් වෙලාවට එයා මේ developing embryo එක oxygen නැත්නම් carbon dioxide exchange කරගන්නේ මෙන්න මෙතනින් තමයි. විතර ලේසියෙන් කඩන්න පුළුවන්. මොකද මේ හරිය ටිකක් porous ගතිය වැඩි. There are high number of pores in this area, and therefore you can easily break an egg. ඔයගොල්ලෝ ඒකෙන් ගොඩක් විතරක් ගහනකොට තමයි මේ පැත්ත ගහන්නේ. ඒකයි අර කැඩෙන්නේ. මොකද මෙතන ගොඩක් ටිකක් soft compared to other areas. This area is relatively soft and have more kind of holes that is to facilitate the air circulation or air exchange between the embryo and the outer environment. So this is the same thing that I have explained to you earlier. The central yolk is surrounded by the membrane called vital end membrane. If you want to know the membrane, there is a membrane covering this one as well. You can make yolk එක cover කරලා membrane එකක්. ඒකට අපි මේ කියන vital end membrane කියලා. ඊට පස්සේ තමයි albumin එක තියෙන්නේ. albumin එක තියෙන්නේ vital end membrane එකයි inner membrane එකයි අතර තමයි albumin. vital end membrane එක ඇතුලේ තමයි තියෙන්නේ yolk. The yellow color part. ඒක කහමදේ කියන්නේ. So that is what I explained you earlier. So you can find all the information here, the same thing. So the yolk is further surrounded by the albumin. We have two sections called thick and thin albumin. ඔයගොල්ලෝ egg එකක් කැඩුවාම ඔයගොල්ලෝ ඒක දකින්න. When you break an egg, I think if I have which I can show you. So you can see two layers of white color part. albumin එක දෙකක් thick කැලේ එක ටිකක් හැමදෙම එකම තියෙනවා. ඊට පස්සේ spread වෙලා යනවා. That is called the thin albumin part. The other part, the thick layer, is called thick albumin part. Okay. Okay, so the same thing. So I have some, you can get the summarize from these things. This is the air cell, this is the yolk, this is the vital end membrane, this is the germinal disc, that black colored dot, the yolk, and these are the chalaceae. This is the one that kind of intact inside the embryo in the eggs to kind of protect if any damage or any kind of vibrations to the embryo, and the shell membranes, inner and outer membranes, and this is the air cell. So main function of the eggshell, that's kind of define the boundary of embryonic growth. There are embryo එක develop වෙනකොට ඒකේ boundary එක තමයි define කරන්නේ මේ eggshell. So basically we call the lung, embryonic lung. That's why you cannot observe through your eyes, but you see through a microscope, you can see about 7,000 to 17,000 pores around that area throughout the shell area. That's called the embryonic lung or the shell. But most number of things can be found around this area. So also prevent entering of microorganisms into the cell. Into the cell means egg. Can you cell එක ඇතුළට නැත්නම් විතරේ embryo එක එහෙම නැත්නම් oil එක ඇතුළට එන එක වළක්වන එක protective bag එකක් විදිහට පාවිච්චි කරනවා. In addition, it prevent the desiccation. It's a water evaporation. Water loss එක නවත්තනවා. මොකද ගොඩාක් water අයින් වෙනවා නම් step ගොඩාක් අස්සෙන් පැනලා එන්න ඕනේ ඒක water. Because for an example, just think if an embryo is developing inside the egg, there is no way of entering water into the embryo. So whatever the water remaining inside the egg has to be used by that developing embryo. The manusa පැටියෙක් හරි මොකෙක් හරි කියන ප්‍රශ්නයක් නෑ පිටින් වතුර අපිට පොවන්න පුළුවන්. embryo එකක් develop වෙනවා නම් egg එක අපිට වතුර පිටින් දාන්න බෑ. වතුර දිල්නවා කියලා වැඩක් වෙන්නේ නෑ. වතුර ඇතුළට යන්නේ නෑ නේද? ඒක නිසා ඒ අතුලේ තියෙන වතුර desiccate ඒ කියන්නේ අයින් වෙලා කියන්නේ hydrate එක නැතිලා dehydrate වෙන එක වළක්වන්න තමයි එක function එකක් විදිහට eggshell එක act කරනවා. In addition, as I mentioned, the regulation of gas and water movement and protect the egg against any damage done by the eggshell. So this is kind of structure, the microscopic structure of eggshell. So you can see, so these are the small tiny pores or the pore canals. Through this, they can kind of exchange those air into the environment, and if any very minute water transportation if needed. The cuticle, the other thing is, there is kind of a shiny area surrounding the egg. You take an egg, you can see some shyness. So that is the most outer covering, that is called the cuticle or the bloom. It's kind of a wax-like thing. The wax එකක් වගේ egg එක වටේ මෙතන මේකටත් අමතරව shell එක වටේ මෙතන තියෙනවා චූටි thin layer එක. ඔයගලට ඇහැට පේන්නේ but it's shiny ගතියක් තියෙන එක. ඒක තමයි අපි කියන්නේ cuticle. That is called the cuticle or the bloom. That will seal those pores. දැන් මෙතන කතා වුණා ගොඩක් pores තියෙනවා. So they will, the cuticle or the bloom will seal those pores and kind of avoid moisture losses and prevent any bacterial prevention. Therefore, we need that cuticle. So if you are kind of buying an eggs from the market, or maybe if you get egg from somewhere, so please be careful. Don't wash it and keep it outside. ඒ කියන්නේ හිතන්න විතර ගෙනලා සමහර අය ඔබ දැක්කහම නිකන් කියන්නේ කොහොමද ඒක? මේකේ චරාව ඇති කොහෙන්ද යන්නේ ගෙනාවේ මඩ ඇති ඒගොල්ලන් ඉන්නවාද කියලා හොදන. ගෙනාව විතරේ හොදලා එළියෙන් තියන්න එපා. එළියෙන් තිබ්බොත් වෙන්නේ this cuticle will be removed. You wash with soap or any other, even just running water, that cuticle will wash away. So then it will facilitate the opening of these pores and it will remove the seed. What happens is it will enhance the moisture losses and increase the bacterial penetration into the egg. ඒක තමයි ඔයගොල්ලෝ විතරයක් ගෙනලා අද විතරයක් ගෙනලා හොදලා දවසක් දෙකක් ගියාම විතර නරක වෙලා තියෙන ගොඩක් වෙලාවට ඒක. මොකද ඒක නිසා විතර හේතුව ඔයගොල්ලෝ අනිවාර්යෙන් රිෆ්‍රිජරේටර් එකේ තියන්න. ගොඩාක් වෙලාවට දැන් ඔය මාකට් එකේ ගන්න තියෙන ගොඩාක් ගික්ස් එක්ක රිෆ්‍රිජරේටර් එක තියෙනවා. එහෙම නැත්නම් තියෙන රිෆ්‍රිජරේටර් කන්ඩිෂන්ස් වල. ඒ කියන්නේ ඒක විතරේ දාලා නැහැ. නමුත් පෙට්ටි එක දාලා හරි ඒක සම්පූර්ණ මේ ග්‍රොසරියම කූල් වෙලා තියෙන at least less than 10 Celsius degrees. එතකොට ටිකක් හරි ඒක මේ cool down වෙලා තියෙන්නේ. Addition, those large scale farms, what they usually do is they just wash eggs first to remove the dirt and apply a wax. ආරය කරනවා ලොකු farms වල උදාහරණයකට අපි ටැක් farm එකකට නෙල්ල farm කියලා අපි මේගොල්ලෝ විතර හදනවා. ඒගොල්ලෝ කරන්නේ මේ විතර අරගෙන කුන් ගෑවිලා අරගෙන තියෙන්න පුළුවන් සේ ඔක්කොම wash කරලා අලුතෙන් ඒක ආයි dip කරනවා wax එකේ. ඊට පස්සේ ආයි ගැටලුවක් නැතුව ඔයගොල්ලෝ room temperature එකේ තියලා තියන්න පුළුවන්. හැබැයි ඒකත් ඔයගොල්ලෝ wash කරොත් එහෙම වෙන්නේ අර ඒ wax එකත් අයින් වෙලා ආයි විතර නරක වෙන්න පටන් ගන්නවා. ඒකයි ගොඩක් වෙලාවට ගෙනහලා දවසක් දෙකක් කරලා මිනිස්සු අඩකාරකට බැලලා හැමෝටම බැන යන්නේ මම මේ විතර ඊයේ ගෙනාලා හොදලා තිබුණා අද නරක වෙලා වුණ හෙට වෙදි නරක වෙලා. මේ වෙන්නේ ඒක. wash කරොත් wash කරාට කමන්නේ if you wash the eggs just keep it inside the refrigerator. That's the main thing. Okay? So I mentioned this one earlier too. We have very minute structures. Those are pores or the pore canals that will facilitate the embryo to exchange air between the embryo and the environment. So when I say there are different shapes of eggs, you take a chicken is kind of oval, and in ostrich it is kind of a volleyball or a football or something. It's a kind of oval shape. Not, it's like a round shape, round ball. So these are kind of a microscopic pictures showing you that how the pores are behaving. This is a pore. In a pore එක ඔයාලට හරියට පේනවද දන්නේ නැහැ. මේ තියෙන මේක තමයි මයික්‍රොස්කෝප් එකෙන් බලුවම මේ ෂෙල් එකක තියෙන පෝ එක. ඒක මේ බල ලොකුවට පේුණාට ඒක ඇත්තටම මයින්යුට් ඒවා හොඳට බැලුවොත් තමයි පේන්නේ මයික්‍රොස්කෝප් එකෙන් නැත්නම් අපිට බලන්න හම්බෙන්නේ නැහැ. So these are shell membranes. This is the one that I was talking about. So you can see this is the outer membrane. You can take this off. So this is the outer membrane. There is a membrane covering egg as well, which means the albumin part, that is called the inner membrane. So if you see through the microscopic view, this is how you can see the shell and the membranes. The membrane shell and it's like a mesh. It's like a mesh. So when you take the albumin, I mentioned to you, there are distinct layers. Basically, the thin and thick white. Can say why can make that like in the pulang apita itara kala damma thin and thick plus dekak vidira. In addition, the chalice and the chaliceferous layer, you don't need to remember, but at least try to remember there are different layers of albumin, thick and thin layers you can find in an egg. So the main function is it will provide water, protein, minerals to the developing embryo inside the yolk, as well as it will protect the yolk, because yolk is the very important one. That is where the embryo is developing. Therefore, it will provide some protection from microorganisms. So here you can see it clearly. So there are 3 layers, right? So this is the yolk. You can see this is the chalice. This is the one that I was talking. These 2 are the ones. And this is the thick albumin part, and this is the thin albumin part. You can see it here clear. The albumin ගත්තාම මේ කොටස් දෙකක් තියෙනවා. එක මේ තියෙන yolk. මේක තමයි ඔය develop වෙන embryo හැදෙන්න පටන් ගන්න. මොකද මේ තියෙන chalice මේ දෙකෙන් තමයි දෙපැත්තෙන් විතරේ අල්ලගෙන ඉන්නේ. මේ ඇතුළේ තියෙන මේ ඒවා එල්ලෙන්නේ නැතුව මුකුත් තුවාල වෙන්නේ නැතුව vibrations එක ඔරොත්තු දෙන්නේ. So when it comes to the egg yolk, it is a kind of a complex system. Contain different particles. It's basically protein. It's kind of a protein solution, but it's kind of a suspended with different particles. You take an egg, 100-gram egg, 31 grams, at least 30 grams is representing the egg yolk. And at least 1/3 of the egg is representing through the egg yolk. It has the germinal disc, the one that I told you, the what we call the dark color spot, the concentric rings, white line membranes, latebra. So I can, I don't know whether I have a picture, but those kind of things you can see inside the yolk. So if you see kind of those kind of picture, but I can tell you, if you see kind of you see through a microscope, you can see the yolk is arranged like this. It's like a rings. We call them concentric rings of yolk material. You can now වලලු විදියට තමයි හැදිලා තියෙන්නේ. අපිට ඇහැට පේන්නේ නැහැ. නමුත් මයික්‍රොස්කෝප් එකේ හරියට බැලුවාම මෙන්න මේක වලලු විදියට තමයි මේක හැදිලා තියෙන්නේ. This is the chalice. So this is how it kind of maintain the position of this egg yolk, and so you can see the albumin outer and inner layers of the membranes. So this is how the yolk is arranged. So when you consider the egg yolk, the total solid content is about 50%. Major component is lipids. So basically the egg yolk is composed with proteins and lipids. It also has protein about 17%, and when it comes to the lipid, it has the highest amount, about 32 to 36% of lipids. When it comes to the lipids, it has triglyceride, phospholipids, and cholesterol. Okay. So when you consider about the triglyceride, maybe 65%, the phospholipid about 28%, and cholesterol about 5%. So if you eat an egg, you will get, if you eat an egg means if you eat one egg yolk, you will get about 230 milligrams of cholesterol into your body. So that is the case. So that's why this is one of the food which rich in cholesterol. ඒක ගොඩක් වෙලාවට ඔය ડોක්ටර්ස් ලායි සමහර අය කියන වැත්තේ එක අවදානම් විතර එකකට වැඩි කණ එක. cholesterol වැඩි වෙන්න පුළුවන්. Because cholesterol is normally produced in our body too. cholesterol අපේ body එකේ කොහොමද හදන්නේ? The normal requirement of cholesterol for a kind of adult is pretty similar to this requirement. But if you eat more eggs, maybe 2 eggs, which means you will get maybe 460 milligram of cholesterol. It is almost double the requirement of your daily requirement. You can override normal requirement of a double them up with the cut to the count them downs. Now, the Vascarica carrier person with that. Then Mr. Monkey was applied the cut to not now, then can recommend. Now, the kind of current recommendation is to eat an egg per day because it will kind of fulfill whatever the cholesterol requirement of for your body and it will not harm your health and anything. You are having a controlled cholesterol level in your body. Cholesterol level control වෙලා තියෙනවා ඔබේ body එකට අවශ්‍ය විදිහට වැඩි වෙලා තියෙනවා ඔබ විතර දවසට එකක් කන එක සමහර විට restrict කරන්න පුළුවන් doctors ලා but still they are recommending to eat 1 egg per day. But the problem comes if you start eating more eggs, specifically egg yolk, it will provide or it will add more milligrams of cholesterol because the daily requirement is also about 250 or maybe around 200 to 250 milligrams of cholesterol. If you eat 1 egg with egg yolk, it will fulfill that requirement. If you eat more, which means higher because your body is also producing cholesterol. You are eating other kind of lipid food. And it will add more and more cholesterol. So that's the issue. So be careful with that one. If you are trying to eat more eggs, but eating 1 egg per day will not create any harm. So there are different particles as I mentioned. So there are the protein drops, granules, the proteins, low density lipoproteins, and different proteins, phosphatins. So you don't need to remember these things. So but just to get some kind of idea and it's not just yellow color kind of component. It's containing different nutrients and different component. It is suspended in that egg yolk. Okay. The most important thing of egg is most of the fat-soluble vitamins, A, D, E, and K. Those are the 4 vitamins. Those are basically soluble in they are not soluble in water. So those are called fat-soluble vitamins A, D, E, and K. They can be found inside the egg yolk because it has more fat, more lipids. So they are dissolved inside the yolk. So egg yolk is one of the few food naturally containing vitamin D. That's also one of the things. If you eat egg yolk, you will not get most of the vitamin D, but all the other things are highly for example, the naturally available food. Because if you eat other things, vitamin D is kind of a complex vitamin you have to have in your body. In order to have this one naturally, you can have egg yolk and you can have sufficient amount of vitamin D. You eat any other food, you will not get vitamin D very easily, like eating an egg per day. So when it comes to yolk membranes, so it has different membranes. You don't need to remember, but just remember those are kind of structures covered with different sections inside an egg. We calculate different sections. Yolk can unstructure different sections. Membranes I have included some information, but I don't think you need to remember any of those things. So the next one is the composition of egg. So when you consider eggs, so they are one of the most nutritious food in the world. Egg එකක් කියන්නේ ලෝකේ තියෙන දැනට ලෝකේ තියෙන nutritious food. So they say when you compare with breast milk, අම්මගේ කෙළි වලට පස්සේ ඒ ගන්න පුළුවන් ඔක්කොම නියුට්‍රිෂන් එකකට තියෙන food එකක් විදිහට තමයි ඒක සලකන්නේ. Contain high protein, contain a wide variety of vitamins and minerals, including fat-soluble vitamins, and has very less amount of carbohydrate and no fiber. Where fiber මොකුත් නැහැ. Carbohydrate තියෙන ගොඩාක් අඩුයි, but proteins and lipids, vitamin minerals are highly dense with these kind of eggs. They are high in cholesterol, low in saturated fat. For example, palmitic acid, stearic acid, acetic acid, and medium egg. If you eat a medium egg, it provides about 80 calories for you. A food egg का क्या सामान्य medium size gram 55 वाले egg का तो बोला ना 80 calories करना पड़ेगा. एक क्या है एक हरी dense food का nutrition nothing कोड़ा very food. So this is the kind of composition in kind of different nutrient base. So you can see the highest proportion is from water, contain about almost 65%, 6%, and 11 to 12% of protein and 11% of fat. And the rest is the ash. Ash means the shell. Shell minerals, but if you take the white, 50% about 58% of the total egg. You can see the white egg. Still water is the highest, and then the protein and less fat, very less fat on that white part or the albumin. When it comes to the yolk contain or represent about 31% of the total weight of the egg, and it has comparatively lesser water, some protein, and very high amount of fat. When it comes to the shell, it represents about 11% of the total and contains some high amount of calcium and whatever the minerals required to form that shell. So highly concentrated with calcium carbonate and some magnesium carbonate and calcium phosphate. Shell එක ගත්තොත් shell එකේදී 99කට ආසන්න වශයෙන් 95ක් තියෙනවා මේ හැදිලා තියෙන්නේ අනිකනම calcium වලින්. Calcium carbonate. ඒකයි අපි අර කියන්නේ late stage එක ගන්නවා ඒගොල්ලන්ට දෙන්න ඕනේ කියලා. Calcium මොකද calcium ගොඩක් bones වලින් අයින් වෙනවා. Calcium දුන්නේ නැත්නම් ඊට පස්සේ ඒ bones ඒ සතාගේ දී. සතට ඉඳ ගන්න බැරිම අන්තිම සතා මැරෙන්න පුළුවන් ඒ සිද්ධි නිසා. So those kind of vitamins, minerals, they can be very වෙනස් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. Like based on type of breed, the diet of the hen, and the conditions under which they were reared. So these are the main factors that could affect or the composition of the egg. Based on the species, the diet, the age of the bird, the season, storage, and processing conditions. Main factors අනුව අපිට egg එකේ composition يعني මෙන්න මේ composition එක change වෙන්න පුළුවන්. The amount of protein, the amount of fat, amount of minerals contained inside the egg can be changed based on the species, based on the diet that we provide, the age of the bird, the season, storage, and processing. So those are the main things that I wanted to talk. The other thing is the color. ඔයගොල්ලෝ දැකලා ඇති ඒකට කියන්න අමතකුණා දැන් සමහර අය විශ්වාස කරනවා ඒක මාකට් එකේ හැදිලා තියෙන එක. Some people believe the brown shell egg are more nutritious than the white color or the white shell eggs. And even some people think the village chicken what we call eggs are more nutritious than the farm based egg. And farm eggs farm විතරයි අඩේ ගෙවල් වල හැදෙන ඔය කැලේ ඉන්න backyard එකේ කුකුලන් ඉන්න brown color eggs ඒවා more nutritious කියලා. It's kind of a myth. myth එකක් කියලා කියන්නේ මිත්‍යාවක් කියලා කියන්නේ. So they have found that there are no any significant differences in nutritional content of eggs regardless of the color of the shell or the color of the yolk. ඒක චුට්ටක් මතක තියාගන්න. But there will be some differences. Very minor differences. ඔයගොල්ලෝ මේ මෙන්න මේක වෙනස් වෙන්නේ මේ color එක ඉන්න pigments වලින්. Basically the carotene or the carotenoid. the color is given by the carotene pigments. So what happens is if they eat more and more pigments, the color will accumulate inside its yolk. So it will become more orange, more dark yellow color. But if the animals are not eating the feed with high amount of pigments or carotene or carotenoid, so it will kind of a light yellow. But it will pigments pigments are local effect health pigments are just the appearance. But there is a market, not even in here, but even in other countries, I am not sure. But here we have a market. Even yesterday, I think if you watched the news, the brown shell egg, the maximum price is 46 or something, and 44 for something, the white color, the white shell eggs, or something like that. Market based on the demand created, but it is not kind of a thing that they will have a significant difference between the white color or the white shell eggs or the brown shell egg. Also, more significant impact on the nutrition, just eating a dark color or the orange color or the dark yellow color yolk versus eating light color or light yellow color yolk. ඒකත් මම නිකන් කියන්නේ ඒ කියන්නේ ඔයගොල්ලෝ දන්නවා දන්නේ සමහර ගොඩක් අය දන්නේ දැන් ඔය නිවුස් වල යනවා ඊට පස්සේ මෙතේ දේවල් කියනවා පොඩි ඩිෆරන්ස් තියෙන්න පුළුවන් මම ඒක වෙනස් වෙන්න ඕක විතරක් නෙවෙයි බලපාන. The factors are mentioned here: the species, the diet, the age of the bird, the season, storage and processing will affect the composition of the egg. Not just one thing, but just kind of considering the color of the shell or just the color of the yolk. You cannot say this is more nutritious than this one, or this one is more nutritious than that one. So just remember that one as well. So I think with that I can finish this section, the poultry section. And again, I apologize for the things that happened because I could not share the lectures because of our strike yesterday and some limitations to the access because of my Zoom account. It is my fault, not your fault. I didn't know actually the number of participants for this lecture. I will correct it tomorrow for the tomorrow group. And I will share the recording you would like to have when I will upload the lectures to the LMS. I will, for the next week, I will do the rest of the things I showed that to you. The swine and the dairy and goat and sheep for the your subject under the livestock and poultry management, I think the subject. So I can do that one. So if you have any questions, you can ask now. It's fine. ඔයාලා ප්‍රශ්න මොනවා හරි තියෙනවා නම් අහන්න මම අරකට සමා වෙන්න කියනවා මොකද මගේ අතින් ඇත්තට මම හිතුවේ ළමයි 100ක් විතර වගේ කියලා එක හේතුවක් මම ඉන්ක්‍රීස් කරන්නේ නැති එකට නමුත් මේ මම දැනගෙන හිටියේ නැහැ ඒ ගෲප්ස් දෙකටම එකම දවසේ අවශ්‍ය නම් ලොග් වෙන්න පුළුවන් කියලා. ඒක මම කන්ෆර්ම් කරගත්ත නැහැ ඇත්තටම කෝස් කෝඩිනේටර් එකෙන් කෝස් කෝඩිනේටර් මට හරියට කියලා දෙන්නෙත් නැහැ ඉස්සෙල්ලා. මොකද මම ඒක මේ කරෙක්ට් කරන්නම් ඊළඟ ලෙක්චර් එකේ ඉඳලා මේ අර මොකක් හරි ඉන්කන්වීනියන්ට් එකක් වුණා නම් ඒකට සමා වෙන්න මේ මම කරලා ඊළඟ මේකෙදලා කරන්න මේක රෙකෝඩින් එක මම ඔයගලන්ට දාන්නම් මේ ලෙක්චර්ස් මම අප්ලෝඩ් කරන්නම් මට කියන්න මොන හරි ගැටලුවක් තියෙනවා නම් ඔයගලන් දැන්ට කරපු සහ මේ එහෙම නැත්නම් ඊළඟ සැරේ වුණත් අහන්න මම එකක් කියන්නම් මේ අර ලෙක්චර් නෝට්ස් වලට බය වෙන්න එපා මේ ගොඩාක් තිබ්බ කියලා don't worry about the content මම හිතන්නේ MCQ වෙන්න ඕනේ තියෙන්නේ එහෙම මොකක් හරි කිව්වද කෝස් කෝඩ් එකේ again
yes sir MCQ කියලා දී
MCQ, right? So you know the MCQ type, so you will have a question and you will be given answers. You will have to select the best answer. So in that case, you don't have to. It's kind of tricky. You should have both knowledge of all the things, but still you have the answer. The answer will be there. So you can select it if you want. But anyway, don't worry about the content. Just try to focus on the main things. තමන් කිව්වාගේ ප්‍රධාන කොටස් ගැන හිතන්න අර බ්‍රීඩ් එකේ හැමදේම පාඩම් කරගන්න ඒවා පුත අවශ්‍ය වෙන්නේ නැහැ. නමුත් breeds වර්ග මෙහෙම තියෙනවා කියලා මතක තියාගන්න. මෙහෙම classes තියෙනවා කියන එක වගේ මතක තියාගන්න ඔය section වල. මම කෝකටත් next time එකේ ඕගොල්ලන්ගේ දැන් next Saturday වල class එක පටන් ගන්න ඉස්සෙල්ලා I will do some example questions like MCQ maybe 4 or 5 just to give you some insight how the questions will be for your exam. ඒක හොඳයි කියලා මම හිතනවා. ඒතකොට ඔයගොල්ලන් just rough idea එකක් ගන්න පුළුවන් මොන වගේ වේද questions. එච්චර මම deeply අහන්නේ නැහැ. බයෙන් එපා අර කිඩ්ඩ මැනිමාලියා නම් මෙහෙම කියලා එහෙම අහන්නේ. But just know the basics. At your level I think you should know the basics. Then අර වගේ නම් inner membrane outer membrane ඒ වගේ පොඩි පොඩි structures වල චුට්ටක් මතක තියාගන්න shell එක තියෙනවා inner membrane ඊළඟ albumin කොටස් දෙකක් තියෙනවා yolk එක තියෙනවා අන්න ඒ වගේ ඒවා දැනගන්න ඕනේ ඊළඟ protein වැඩිපුර තියෙන්නේ මොකේද lipid වැඩිපුර තියෙන්නේ මොකේද just remember those kind of stuffs and some statistics like for an example which is the highest dairy producing district in Sri Lanka and Evageva, what is the contribution of livestock to the total GDP and කොහොමද කියලා අන්න ඒ වගේ අදහසක් වගේ ඒ වගේ ප්‍රශ්න තමයි ගොඩක් කියලා මම ફોකස් කරන්නේ basic knowledge එක ඇති මේ ඕගොල්ලන්ට මේ diploma level එකේදී. So try to kind of remember those things. Don't try to remember and go through all the slides. Just go through the slides that are most important to you and you feel important. Ramaki stages තියෙනවා boilers වල stages කීයද? growers වල stages කීයද? boilers ලගේ මොකක්ද most important stage? layers ලගේ නම් මොකක්ද most important stage එක? ඒ වෙලාවේ growth stages ගන්න. That's the things. Those are the type of questions that I am expecting you to answer. And how we are go. What are the main steps? You can steps තියෙනවනේ අර කිව්වෝ but stunning කරනවා. So අහන්න පුළුවන් question එක what is the purpose of stunning? What is the purpose of bleeding? So those are the questions. So I will give you 4 answers. You have to select the best one, most suitable answer. So those are the things I will be asking from you from the examination from all the sections. I'm not sure how many questions. I give you maybe at least 10 questions or maybe 20, 30 questions. But I'm not sure, but the question should be like that. So just remember those major kind of steps. What are the main steps? But I will not be asking about the package materials or those kind of. No, I will ask what is the purpose of bleeding? What is the purpose of scalding? Those kind of things will be asked during the examination. So in addition, if you have any questions, you can ask now. I can wait maybe another 10 to 15 minutes if you like. If not, you can meet you at your group this Saturday. So I will cover the rest of the lectures, starting with the swine and end up with the dairy cattle management, basic management practices, and the similar to the structure that I followed for the poultry. And again, I apologize for what happened today, the number as well as the lecture notes. So I will share it with you as soon as possible. Otherwise. ප්‍රශ්න තියෙනවා නම් මොනවා හරි අහන්න මම උත්තර දෙන්නම් මොනවා හරි ගැටලු ප්‍රොටොකොල් ඔයගොල්ලෝ ඇග්‍රි වෙන්නේ නැත්නම් ආගු කරලා අහන්න ඒ ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැහැ මේ දැන් මේ අන්ඩර් ග්‍රැජුවේට් ළමයි නම් එහෙම තමයි මොනවා හරි ප්‍රශ්නයක් තියෙනවා කෙලින්ම අහනවා ඔය කොහොමද මේ සර් අපි කියන්නේ මෙහෙමයි ඒ ලෙවල් වලට හරි ඕඩර් වලට හරි සමහරට එහෙම වෙන්න පුළුවන් එහෙම නැත්නම් දැන්ට ඔයගොල්ලෝ ජොබ් කරන අය ඉන්නවා එතකොට නේද ඔයගොල්ලෝ ෆාම්ස් වල වැඩ කරන අය ඇති අපි කරන්නේ මේක කියලා එහෙම කියන්න පුළුවන් ප්‍රශ්නයක් නෑ ආගු කරන්න පුළුවන් මගෙත් අදපාදයක් තියෙනවා මට ඒක කරෙක්ට් කරගන්නත් පුළුවන් දැන්ට මොකක් හරි මම කිව්වේ වැරද්දක් තියෙනවා
සර් බොයිලර් කුකුල්ලෝගේ මේ සාමාන්‍ය මේ ජීවත් වෙන කාලය 45ක් නෙමෙයිද දින?
No, ඒක මෙහෙමයි. So it depends. So the question was I will explain in English and if you need I can tell in Sinhala as well. It's normal. Broilers are the ones they have genetically selected for fast growth rate. ඒගොල්ලෝ අපි select කරලා තියෙන්නේ high growth rate. ඒ කියන්නේ ඒ සත්තු අපි keep කරමු. උදාහරණයක් විදිහට ගන්න අද අපි බ්‍රොයිලර් චික් කෙනෙක් අරගෙන ඒ සතව අපිට තියාගෙන යන්න පුළුවන් සාමාන්‍ය කුකුලෙක් වගේ. කිසි ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැහැ. උන් කාලා හැදිලා ඔය වගේ මහත් වෙලා ඉදී. So maybe 50-60 weeks you can remain without any issue but you have to feed them. But ඊට වඩා ලොකු වෙන්නේ නැහැ. යා maximum යන්න පුළුවන් 3 kilograms 3.5 kilograms but otherwise she will be there. She or he will be there. If it is a she female na eggs lay karai. If it's a male, just wandering around. That's all. No any kind of any difference. But the thing is, you cannot get eggs like layers. Layers la wage eggs ගන්න බෑ. ඒක තමයි main issue එක. නැත්නම් අර පොල්ලිටියත් ඒගොල්ලෝ eggs lay කරනවා. කිසිම issue එකක් නැහැ. ඒගොල්ලෝ තියන් යන්න පුළුවන්. සමහර සත්තු ඉන්නවා සවස් 28 35 අතර කාලෙ වෙද්දි ඒගොල්ලේ fast growth rate එක වෙනවා. දැන් ඉන්න modern ගන්න. දවස් 45 කියලා කියන්නේ අපි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් ඒගොල්ලෝ 45 වෙනකොට optimum maximum growth එකට ඇවිල්ලා. එතනින් එහාට කැම දුන්නා කියලා උන් කිලෝ 4 5 6 එහෙම වැඩි වෙන්නේ. That's the maximum age. එතෙන්දී ඔයගලන්ට මොනස් වල කරන්න පුළුවන්. අපි 35 කරත් ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැහැ. දැන් ගොඩක් 35 දී කරනවාදී. ඒ වෙනකොට ඒගොල්ලෝ maximum efficiency එකට ඇවිල්ලා. They have come up to the maximum efficiency of their land. The meat purpose නේ ඒගොල්ලෝ හදන්නේ. නමුත් ඒගොල්ලෝ නිකන් රයා කරනවා නම් අපිට උඩුවක දාලා හරි ඔලේ ඉන්න පුළුවන්. උන් ඔහේ කකල් දිනවා වැරෙන්නේ නැහැ. අර වගේ විතරක් දායි ඉඳලා ඉන්න ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැහැ. So there was another question. What is the difference of halal chicken or stunning meat? I will explain that one again. So I think there is any student from maybe Muslim or who is following Islamic religion can correct me if I am wrong. So basically the halal chicken means one thing is they pray for their God to do the slaughtering process and they do not stun. එහෙම නැත්නම් අපි කියන unconscious. අපි කියන්නේ සිහි නැති කරනවා. සිහි නැති කරනවා කියන එක halal chicken කියන එකෙදි කරන්නේ නැහැ. ඒකයි ඒ කියන්නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ සතා පන මෙහෙමයි. ඒ සිහි නැති කරත් සතාට පන තියෙනවා. Because still alive. Which means brain is working, heart is working, blood flowing is there. It's nothing wrong, but the thing is it's unconscious. දැනීමක් නැහැ. ඒකයි ඒ කියන්නේ. දෙන්නේ ඒක religious belief එකක්. We cannot argue that one with the religion. We are not going to kind of argue with religious belief. අපි ආගමික විශ්වාස සම්බන්ධ කිසිම ආගමක් නැහැ. ඒක නමුත් ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ belief එක තියෙන්නේ සතාව slaughter කරනකොට මම දන්න විදිහට ඒක correct කරන්න මම වැරදිලා සතාව එයා conscious වෙනවා. يعني යා සිහියෙන් ඉන්න ඕනේ කියන්නේ. ඒක තමයි ඔතන ඔය කියන්නේ. ඒතර halal chicken non halal අපි haram කියලා මම හිතන අනිත් word එක. එතකොට haram කියලා කියන්නේ ඒක ඒතකොට කැප නැහැ කියන වගේ අදහසක් මම හිතන්නේ මේ කට්ටියට කැමට ගන්න. එතකොට halal කට්ටිය කියන්නේ එතන ඒක. නමුත් උක define කරන්න පුළුවන් අනිත් food වලට මම හිතන්නේ දැන් අනිත් food ගත්තත් සාමාන්‍යයෙන් කියන්නේ මස් නොවන වර්ග වලට මම හිතන්නේ halal certificate එක දැන් දෙනවා. මම දන්න දැන්. එතකොට ඒකෙදි මම හිතන්නේ එක කන්ඩිෂන් එකක් වෙන්න ඇති මේ යම් කිසි ආගමික එකක් කරලා කරනවා කියන එක දන්නේ නැහැ. ඒ අත්‍යන්තයෙන් නමුත් කවුරු කෙනෙක් කියනවා නම් කරන්න ගෲප් එකටම එක්ස්ප්ලেইন කරන්න කමන්නේ. නමුත් මෙතන ස්ටනින් කියලා කියන්නේ මේ සතාව unconscious කරනවා. So you can use manual stunning. I will show you in the pig processing how to kind of stun a pig. Here similarly you can use electric stunner. Electric stunner එකක් තියෙනවා. ඔයගොල්ලෝ දැකලා ඔය මේ අර විදුලි පුටුව කියලා කතා කරන්නේ අර ඒ වගේ ඕනනම් තියෙනවා ඉලෙක්ට්‍රික් නිකන් අර මේ පන් දෙක දෙපැත්තට ඔළුවේ මේ බ්‍රේන් එක බිසයිඩ්ස් ඔයාලට තියන්න පුළුවන් ඒ ඉලෙක්ට්‍රික් ස්ටනර් එක. තිබ්බේගාම සතා ෂොක් වෙලා වැටෙනවා. ඒක ගල් වෙනවා වගේ සතා මැරෙන්නේ නැහැ ස්ටන් වෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ යා ගන් අන්කන්ෂස් වෙනවා. එහෙම නැත්තම් ඉලෙක්ට්‍රික් නයිෆ් එකක්. ඒ නයිෆ් එකෙන් බ්‍රේන් එකට මේ අනින්න පුළුවන්. ඒ අන්නහම ඕනනම් ස්ටන් වෙනවා ඒ සතා. අපි large scale කරනකොට කරන්නේ ගොඩක් වෙලාවට electrical starter එකක් කරද්දී machine එක වගේ ඒක දරබඩ ගාලා stun වෙනවා. So that's what happens during stunning. So the halal chicken is kind of a religious belief and religious condition that they need to be certified as halal to consume for them. But there are some kind of differences, but still we are not going to kind of challenge or argue. So that's their belief. ඒගොල්ලන් ජීවිත කරන එක අපේ දැන් බෞද්ධ කට්ටියන බෞද්ධ විශ්වාසයක් තියෙනවා ඉස්ලාම් ඒ වගේ හින්දු විශ්වාසයක් තියෙනවා ඒවා අපිට මේවා කරන්න බෑ නමුත් ඒගොල්ලන් එක මිනිත් එකක් තියෙනවා ස්ටන් කරාම ඒක හලාල් වෙන්නේ නැහැ ඒක කොටසක් විතර ඒගොල්ලෝ සලකනවා කියලා මම ඉගෙනගෙන තියෙනවා නමුත් වැරදි වෙන්න පුළුවන් නමුත් ඒක තමයි මගේ බැච් එකේ මුස්ලිම් යාළුවෝ මට විස්තර කරලා දුන්න විදිය මම ඒක ඇහුවා සහ මම අනිත් ක්ලාසස් වල ඉගෙන ගත්තා මොන හරි තියෙනවද ඔයගොල්ලන්ගේ?
සර් ඒක තියෙන්නේ same lecture එකක් නේද?
සේම් එකම තමයි යන්නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ අද කරපු ලෙක්චර් එකම හෙටත් කරනවා. නමුත් මම try කරන්න participants ලා වැඩි කරන්න. next week එකේ තමයි ඒතර 28 සහ 29 ওই දවස් දෙකෙන් මේක තමයි ඔයගොල්ලන් join වෙන්න පුළුවන් අර ඉතුරු කොටසට. ඒ කියන්නේ swine and dairy cattle management. ඒ section සහ goat and sheep පොඩ්ඩක් කරන්න.
Okay. සර් ජෙමිනල් ඩිස්ක් කියන්නේ මොකක්ද අර බිත්තරේ අර කහමැදේ මැද තිබ්බ එක?
ඒ එතන තමයි ඇත්තටම දැන් ඔය අපි දැන් අර අපි එග් එක කියලා ගන්න. ඒ කියන්නේ දැන් අපි එග් කියන්නේ විතර කියන එක කියන එක නෙමෙයි. අපි ඩිම්බේ කියලා සිංහලෙන් කියන්නේ. ඒ කොටස තමයි එතන. එතන තමයි ෆර්ටිලයිසේෂන් එක උනාට පස්සේ එතන තමයි හැම ඩෙවලොප් වෙන්න පටන් ගන්නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ ඒක නිකන් කියන්නේ අපි දැන් අපි මනුස්සයන්ගේ ගැහරුවයි අපි කියන්නේ ඩිම්බයක් කියලා. ඒ ඩිම්බය එතන තමයි ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ ජර්නල් ඩිස්ක් එකේ තමයි අපිට ඕන කරන මොකක්ද ජෙනටික් මැටීරියල්ස් ආරෝම ඔක්කොම තියෙන්නේ. එතන තමයි ෆර්ටිලයිසේෂන් එක වෙන්නේ. එතන
යුක්තානෝ වගේ සර් ඒක.
අන්න ඒ වගේ යුක්තානෝ කියන්නේ ඔය දෙකේ එකතුවනේ. ඒ කියන්නේ දැන් ෆර්ටිලයිසේෂන් එතකොට හැනුවායේ ජර්මිනල් කියන්නේ ජෙනටික් මැටීරියල්ස් හොයලා තියෙන එක. ඒ හරි තමයි. ඒක තමයි.
ඕකේ සර්.
නියස්ටිය වගේ තියෙන අපි කියන්නේ මොකක්ද නියුක්ලියස් කියලා කියන්නේ. නියුක්ලියස් කියලා වගේ හිතා ගන්නවා. නමුත් අපි ෆෝල්ට් වලට අපි කියන්නේ ඒක ජර්මිනල් ඩිස්ක්. ඒක තමයි වෙනස. ඒ සමහර
Okay. Okay sir, thank you sir.
අවර මොන හරි ගැටලු තියෙනවා නම් අහන්න. මේ අර විතර එකත් ඒ වගේ එකක් තමයි මම නිකන් ඔයගලන්ට කිව්වේ අපේ ගෙවල් සමහර අපේ අම්මලා තාත්තලා ඒගොල්ලෝ බිලිප් එකක් තිබ්බයි ප්‍රශ්නේ මේක මේ රතු විතර ගෑහම හොඳයි සුදු විතර මෙහෙමයි ඊට පස්සේ මේ ඊවැන් පෝෂණ ගුණය කහපාට වැදිනකොට වැඩි එහෙම එකක් දැනට හොයාගෙන මම දන්න තරමින් හොයාගෙන නැහැ පොඩි වෙනස්කම් තියෙන්න පුළුවන් අර මල්ටිපල් ෆැක්ටර්ස් බලපාලා මොකද එහෙම දරුණුවට එහෙම වෙනස්කම් වෙලා නැහැ එහෙම වෙනස්කම් වෙන්නේ නැහැ වෙන්න බෑ ඒක සාමාන්‍ය සම්මතයි අනික අර මේ මොකද්ද ජීවයක් ගැන අර කියන්නේ සමහර යුරෝපියන් බෞද්ධ විතර කියනවා ෆාම් විතර අර ඒකෙදිත් මේ විතරවල එහෙම ජීවයක් 99ක් නැහැ ඒ මොකද ඔය සතා ඉරිසතේ හිටියා හෝ නැතා හෝ ඒ ස්ටේජ් එකට ආවට පස්සේ යා විතර දාන ඒක සාමාන්‍ය දෙයක් ඔය එන ඩිබ්බේ තමයි ඔය අන්තිමට එන ඩිබ්බේ නැත්නම් ඔලුම් එක තමයි ඔය එළියට එන්නේ
සර් එතකොට සර් ගම් කුකුලා බොයිලර් කුකුලා කියලා වෙනසක් තියෙනවද?
The difference ඒතන difference එකක් තියෙනවා චූටි. difference කියන්නේ this may be the species the strain or the class. කියන්නේ ඒක තමයි main difference එක. එහෙම නැත්නම් ඒගොල්ලෝ local breed එකක් ගන්න. කුකුල්ලෝ කියලා usually we say the local breeds or the wild birds. They are just local or the domesticated birds. They are just wandering around. They are backyard chickens. They are the main difference is the type of food or the feed that they eat. ඒගොල්ලෝ different දේවල් කනවා. ගොඩාක් වෙලා. ඒ කනවා ඒකම ඒගොල්ලෝ more active. They move here and there and their chicken meat is more tough. That's one of the thing. And in addition, there is no any different, but they have more chance to eat more different things like ඒගොල්ලෝ හැමදාම ගිහිල්ලා අර පික් කර කනකොට ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ yellow color වැඩි වෙනවා yolk එකේ. මොකද ඒගොල්ලෝ මේ pigments ගොඩක් කනවා. ඕන හැමදේම කනවා. So when they eat more things, they will get more nutrients, more pigments, and the color of the eggs and everything. It means the yolk color will change. But apart from that, there is no any significant difference. Maybe the class, the breed may be different. That is wild type or maybe jungle fowl or maybe. But aragollo ekka liquid sakne. Kaw වෙනස තියෙන කන කෑම වර්ගයි. බලන් meat එක ටිකක් tough. Romat layers like tough. ඒගොල්ලෝ curry chicken කියන්නේ in market the curry chicken means the meat obtained from layers. And the broiler meat means the ones specifically made from broiler chicken. Curry chicken කියලා ඔයගොල්ලෝ කියන කනකොට නිකන් අර chewy ගතියක් තියෙනවා නිකන් හයිජ ගතියක් තියෙනවා. ඒ ඔක්කොම එන්නේ මේ ඔය layers ලගින් එහෙම නැත්නම් ඔය ගමේ ඉන්න ගම් උගුරු ඉන්නවා තමයි. So that's the difference. The basic difference. Genetically, there will be some differences. The small differences. It may affect their behavior, the shape of the body, their color, skin color. Skin means the feather color, skin color, and all the other things. But in general, there is no any significant difference in the nutrition content as well as the meat the quality and everything.
සර් තව ප්‍රශ්නයක් සර් එතකොට මේ මතයක් තියෙනවද මේ කුකුළුන්ගේ කකුල් වලට ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් ගහනවා එහෙම මතයක් ඒක ගැන සර් මොකද කියන්නේ?
The thing is, in general, it is prohibited to use hormones for any type of things.
ක්ලාස් එකේ පොඩ්ඩක්
හරිද? ඒ කියන්නේ hormones use කරන්න බෑ. In general, no any hormones means growth hormones. ඒ කියන්නේ සමහර අයගේ belief එකක් තියෙනවා. There's a belief, some people believe that the farms or the poultry farm or dairy farm or beef cattle farms or swine farms, they inject hormones, the growth hormones to animals to enhance their growth rate. It is completely prohibited, and I don't think anybody is practicing because it is expensive. Yeah, growth hormone කියලා ගොතන ගහන අපි හෝමෝන් එක කියන්නේ අපි ඔයගොල්ලෝ අහලා තියෙන growth hormone වර්ධක හෝමෝන් එක කියන්නේ වර්ධක හෝමෝන් එක ගහන්න එකක් expensive. ගහන්න එකක් මේක 100 ගානකට ගහන්නත් බෑ. The other thing is it is prohibited, legally prohibited to use hormones except for beef cattle. Beef cattle ලා ඉන්නවනේ, beef cattle කියන්නේ මසට හදන cattle ලා. හරක් cattle නැත්නම් cows ලා ඒකවල ලංකාවේ ඉච්චර ඉන්ඩස්ට්‍රියක් නැහැ. Or in USA or Europe, in Australia, New Zealand, those countries, they use growth hormones for those animals, for the beef cattle. But for dairy farms, swine farms, or even poultry, broilers, they don't use any hormones. It is legally prohibited. And I don't think in Sri Lanka, still, they don't use any growth hormones, but there is kind of misconception or a myth, or there are some news here and there. People think of people say, oh, they are using some hormones to grow those animals, but I don't think so. Legally prohibited. But I will double check the legal act here, the Farm Animal Act, Sri Lanka, and let you know what are the hormones allowed. But only thing is you can inject whatever vaccines or disease control, but not for growth purposes. That's the thing. That's normal condition. ලංකාවේ දැන් එහෙම ලීගලි අවසර දීලා නැහැ. මම දන්න තරමින් දෙන්නෙත් නැහැ. මොකද ඒකේ ඉවෙන්චුවල් සයිඩ් ඉෆෙක්ට් එකක් වෙන්න පුළුවන් මිනිස්සුන්ට. ඔය ඉස්සර ඔය ප්‍රශ්නයක් ආවා මේ අතරම කතා කරන්න පුළුවන්. අපි දන්නවා මේ යාළුවා ළමයි පියුබර්ටි වෙනවා ඉක්මනට මස්සෙන් වැඩිපුර කෑවම. ඒක වෙන්න පුළුවන් මේ හෝමෝන් හින්දා නෙමෙයි ප්‍රෝටීන්. You eat meat, it contain lots of meat, protein. High protein in meat. Basically poultry, swine and whatever the type of meat that you eat contain high amount of protein. So proteins, it will support more growth. Eventually, will enhance the puberty or the age of puberty. ඒ කියන්නේ අවුරුදු 14 15 වෙන ළමයා සාමාන්‍යයෙන් පොඩි කාලේ ඉඳලා මස් වැඩිපුර කන්න ගත්තොත් ඒ ළමයා අවුරුදු 10 12 දී puberty වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඒක තමයි ඔය මම හිතන්නේ හෝමෝන් ගහලා ගන්නවා කියන්නේ ඒක එච්චර සාර්ථක දෙයක් නෙමෙයි. ඒ සාර්ථක නෙමෙයි. ඒක එච්චර බිලීව් කරන්න පුළුවන් දෙයක් නෙමෙයි. දැන් තියෙන evidence.
So sir, you mean for the cattle they will inject in the European?
Not only in Europe, even in USA, in other countries, they use growth hormones, which means to enhance their growth. It's allowed. There are few growth hormones. If you go to the websites in USA, you can check through USDA, United States Department of Agriculture, what are the hormones allowed to use in beef cattle. So they use those hormones. They inject means they don't take a syringe and inject. They what they usually do is they have a tablet like this. They kind of transplant behind their ears, behind their skin. You can skin එක යටින් ඒගොල්ලෝ දාලා තියෙන පොඩි chip එකක් වගේ. chip එකක් කියන්නේ එහෙම නෙමෙයි. ඒක බලුවාම ඒක සර්ච් කරලා බලනවා තේරෙනවා. ඒක තමයි හෝමෝන් එක විදිහට යන්නේ. ඉතින් හෝමෝන් එක ස්ටිමුලේට් වෙන එකක් නෙමෙයි වෙන එකක් වෙනවා. එහෙම නැතුව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් කරන් මිලිලීටර් 500ක් දාගෙන ඔබනවා ඉන්ජෙක්ට් කරනවා කියන එක නෙමෙයි ඔය කියන්නේ. Okay. So growth hormones means they never use a syringe and then inject or vaccinate those animals for growth. They like growth hormones or GH. The main thing is they stimulate whatever the hormones support growth. And support growth එක support කරන hormone secretion එක stimulate. ඒක තමයි main objective එක ඔය beef cattle ලාගේ වෙන එක නැතුව ඒගොල්ලෝ අරගෙන හෝමෝන් ගහගෙන යන්නේ නැහැ. එකක් තියෙනවා. ඒක අපේ ලංකාවේ විතර නෙමෙයි සමහර රටවල විශ්වාස කරනවා නේ මේක හෝමෝන් එකක් අරගෙන මේගොල්ලෝ ගහන එක එකක් නෙමෙයි වෙන්නේ. ඒ හෝමෝන් stimulation කරනවා. එතකොට එන්නේ eventually they will grow fast. They will have well developed muscles. So that's what happens eventually. But in Sri Lanka, we don't have beef cattle industry. That's the thing. So for sure, we don't use hormones for anything.
Could you please repeat what?
Yeah, but in our country, Sri Lanka, we don't have beef cattle industry, okay, which means like dairy cattle, poultry, broilers. Ape Lanka, we don't have any industry or like commercial level beef farms. Harak mas hadannama, harak hadanne Lanka. Basically, whatever the beef that you find in the market are from the cattle or dairy cows or dairy calf or maybe the male ones that are reared for dairy purposes. ඒ කියන්නේ කිරි ගන්න හදපු සත්තුන්ගෙන් එනවා තමයි ගොඩක් ඔයගොල්ලෝ මාකට් එකේ දකින්නේ. නැතුව සහ ඔය අපි කියන්නේ ඔය මේ අමතර වැඩිපුර ඉන්න සත්තු. එහෙම නැතුව ලංකාවේ beef cattle ඒ කියන්නේ මස් වලටම හදන ඉන්ඩස්ට්‍රි එකක් නැහැ. cattle. That's the condition because it is a kind of cultural thing and we don't have any legal kind of industry or commercial industry called beef cattle industry. That's what I was saying.
So, sir, in those Europe countries, they never give the hormones for poultry, isn't it?
No. They totally prohibited. Never.
Only for cattle.
Only for cattle. That is not actually hormones. That's kind of hormones. But the thing is, it's like a very controlled level. They use that one for the animals to support the growth. That's the only thing. Not for poultry. They never ever use it. They have prohibited. Maybe illegally there will be here and there, maybe very small farmer, whoever doing some experiment or something, they might be using. You never know. But in large scale or in majority level, no. It's prohibited. Legally
Thank
prohibited.
you, sir.
Yeah. If you get caught, you will go to jail. That's the thing. So if you have any clarifications, you can ask. Anytime I can wait. Otherwise, that's fine. We can discuss next week. If anybody wants to join for tomorrow again, that's fine. Okay. But I will do the same thing or any difference. But I will try to solve those technical issues. Good prospect නැත්තම් if you don't have any questions, so maybe I will stop for the day. And thank you very much for joining. But if you have any questions regarding today's lecture, so we can discuss next week as well, or even tomorrow if you want to join. And I will share the lecture notes with you, and you can go through it and let me know if you have any questions. And don't bother about the length of the lecture notes, but try to focus on basic things. Don't try to kind of, because I know you have other lectures, other classes and other works, and maybe you are working. So don't worry about that one. Just try to kind of study whatever the things you get, the basic things. So I will be asking only those questions. Don't worry about any in detail or any just whatever the detail explanations or anything from those MCQ questions. Okay. Okay, thank you very much and have a good day, good rest of the day, and see you tomorrow, if anybody, or the next week.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Recording stopped.